lẹ́yìn mi o. Abínú ẹni o lẹ́yìn mi o. Ẹlẹ́rọ̀ búburú lẹ́yìn mi o. Oníwà búburú lẹ́yìn mi o. Mẹ́wúrẹ́ bá bọ̀ ojú wáyé, afẹ́ pẹ̀lẹ́pẹ̀. Àgùntàn bá bọ̀ ojú wáyé, afẹ́ pẹ̀lẹ́pẹ̀. Mẹ́wúrẹ́ bá bọ̀ ojú wáyé, afẹ́ pẹ̀lẹ́pẹ̀. Àgùntàn bá bọ̀ ojú wáyé, afẹ́ pẹ̀lẹ́pẹ̀. Wọ́n sọ fún ẹ o, bàtà mi jẹ́ ilé mi. Wọ́n sọ fún ẹ o, bàtà mi jẹ́ ilé mi. Olúwọlé babaláwo tí wọ́n kójúlé ó ti ṣeré lọ sábẹ́lẹ̀. Olúwo tí wọ́n fẹ́ ó ti ṣeré lọ sábàbá. Ìwọ olóògùn o babaláwo má pa ẹ́ ìwọ olóògùn olọ́lọ́run ọba o. Victor mi ronú wọlé àjàjàrà lọ́la. Olúwọlé ti bẹ̀ lọ ní ọ̀dọ̀ bíbẹ́ lọ yìí o. Ọ̀pọ̀ Abíọ́lá bàbá rẹ̀ mi lẹ́kún mi òyìn rẹ̀. Bàbá ronú ẹ̀tọ́ yìí bàbá ọ̀la wálé. Bàbá rà bá yọ mi o, Victor bẹ̀ lọ. Oni tèmi làjàjà ń di lẹ́rọ lọ́la. Àyànfẹ́ o, mo bá ròde. Sani ó ṣe wù mí, mo bá ròde. Àyànfẹ́ o, mo bá ròde. Sani kì í ṣe wù mí, mo bá ròde. Sani ṣe wù mí làjàjà lọ́la ló jẹ́ gbajúmọ̀ mi ò bó ṣe. Àyànfẹ́ o, mo bá ròde. Sani ó ṣe wù mí, mo bá ròde. Àyànfẹ́ o, mo bá ròde. Sani kì í ṣe wù mí, mo bá ròde. Sani ṣe wù mí làjàjà lọ́mọ lọ́la. Àwọn tó ń dìtẹ̀ sí ẹ, àwọn tó ń bínú sí ẹ, ó yẹ ká fi gún wọn lójú, ó yẹ ká fi kàn wọ́n lára. Ó yẹ ká sọ sí wọn létí, ó yẹ ká fi yé wọn yéké. Àwọn tó ń bínú ìṣèwù ọmọ lọ́lá. Aṣọ gbẹrẹ ẹ̀ka gbẹrẹ o. Wọ́n bínú orí wọn lé kádàrá ọ̀fọ̀ kiri máa ní. Aṣọ gbẹrẹ ẹ̀ka gbẹrẹ o. Sọ̀mí ṣéwù mi àtàtà, àwọn túnbẹ̀ alẹ́ ní. Aṣọ gbẹrẹ ẹ̀ka gbẹrẹ o. Àwọn mú ìwà tọ̀nà, àwọn túnbẹ̀. Àwọn láìwọ́ lára mọ̀ jẹ́ àwọn fún ṣọ́ọ̀kì náà ṣì ní. Gbogbo àwọn tó bínú fún ṣọ́ọ̀kì náà ṣì irọ́ ni wọ́n ń paṣẹ. Àwọn tó ń bínú ìṣòwò ọmọlọ́lá. Láyíwọlá àmọ̀jẹ̀ mi, ọmọ àmọ̀jẹ̀ mi bàbá ni o. Láyíwọlá àmọ̀jẹ̀ mi, àmọ̀jẹ̀ bàbá ni o. Láyí àmọ̀jẹ̀ ọkọ̀ mo jíra dé, Láyíwọlá mi àtàtà. Ewúrẹ́ gbọ́ káì, àgùntàn gbọ́ káì, adìyẹ gbọ́ sùn. Ajangbọ́ wa gbà, àmọ̀jẹ̀ yìí mo bá ròde. Ewúrẹ́ gbọ́ káì, adìyẹ gbọ́ sùn. Ajangbọ́ wa gbà, àmọ̀jẹ̀ yìí mo bá ròde. Láyíwọlá mi àtàtà, àwọn Túndé àmọ̀jẹ̀ mi àtàtà, àwọn Láyíwọlá. Ìwà rere lẹ̀ṣọ́ ènìyàn ló fi mú ju àgùdá, tó fi bàbá jọyè. Wọ́n fi bàbá jọyè sáà náà àmọ̀jẹ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ ká relé àmọ̀jẹ̀, ẹ dákun ẹni sọ́láwẹ́. Ẹ jẹ́ ká relé àmọ̀jẹ̀, ẹ dákun ẹni sọ́láwẹ́. Ó yẹ ẹ jẹ́ ìsọ́láwẹ́, ẹ dákun ẹni sọ́láwẹ́. Ẹ jẹ́ ká relé àmọ̀jẹ̀, ẹ dákun ẹni sọ́láwẹ́. Àwọn nílé ọmọ ọ̀tún ẹwẹ́ o, ṣe Láyíwọlá. Àwọn Túndé rẹ̀ mọ́jẹ̀ mi àtàtà, ó di ilé ọlọ́lá kọ́. Ẹ jẹ́ ká relé àmọ̀jẹ̀, ẹ ká máa ní sọ́láwẹ́. Òtítọ́ ló máa lékè irọ́, Adégbèrú romi o, màmá yìí wá padà o. Òtítọ́ ló máa lékè irọ́, Adégbèrú romi o, màmá yìí wá padà o. Níyì mi o, ọmọ Adégbèrú, àwọn okùn ṣọ́ọ̀kì náà ṣe. Onítèmi àtàtà ní àyànfẹ́rọ ọmọ lọ́lá. Tọ́ba ni mo wà mo wí ọ́, tọ́ba ni mo wà. Ọkọ̀ sún èlé mi o, tọ́ba ni mo wà mo wí ọ́, tọ́ba ni mo wà. Mi ò yájú sọ́ba, mi ò dìjẹ́ sọ́ba, tọ́ba ni mo wà mo wí ọ́. Ọmọ Adégbèrú, ọmọ Balógun ni, bẹ́rù bámbà yín yẹ wí o. Ẹ̀rù bámbà Balógun, ọmọ Balógun o. Ẹ̀rù bámbà Balógun o. Adégbèrú lọ. Ẹ̀rù bámbà Balógun. Bẹ́rù bámbà yín yẹ wí o. Ẹ̀rù bámbà Balógun o. Adégbèrú lọ. Ẹ̀rù bámbà Balógun. Àwọn fún un jọ. Ẹ̀rù bámbà Balógun o. Ẹ̀rù bámbà. Èdùmàrè sọ̀rọ̀ mi dayọ̀, mo dúpẹ́. Èdùmàrè sọ̀rọ̀ mi dayọ̀, mo wá ṣọpẹ́. Orí burúkú kì í ṣe tèmi o, mo dúpẹ́. Ìbànújẹ́ kò sí lọ́rọ̀ mi o, mo wá ṣọpẹ́. Orí burúkú kì í ṣe tèmi o, ẹ̀bẹ̀ mo bẹ̀. Àyànmọ́ mi kò sẹ́dá tó lè padà, ẹlẹ́dá mi yé mo bẹ̀bẹ̀ o. Àyànmọ́ mi ládọ́wọ́ Olúwa ni, ẹ̀dá ayé kọ́kọ́ lè ṣí mi nípò padà. Ẹlẹ́dá mi yé mo bẹ̀bẹ̀ yé, ẹlẹ́dá mi gbé mi lékè ayé. Àyànmọ́ mi ládọ́wọ́ Olúwa ni, ẹ̀dá ayé kọ́kọ́ lè ṣí mi nípò padà. Ẹlẹ́dá mi gbé mi lékè ayé. Àyànmọ́ mi ládọ́wọ́ Olúwa ni, ẹ̀dá ayé kọ́kọ́ lè ṣí mi nípò padà. Ẹlẹ́dá mi yé mo bẹ̀bẹ̀ yé, ẹlẹ́dá mi gbé mi lékè ayé. Bàbá Rótìmí, bàbá Bùkọ́lá mi o, bàbá Ọlánrewájú, ó dilé rolóye lẹ́yìn ọmọ lọ́lá. Samson Ogunlade o, Ọba Èjìrẹ́ ọkọ Bọ́lá. Vasco da Gama, Bàbá Tájù. Israel Adio Ọmọlọ́lá, Bàbá Yẹ́misí. Ayọ̀délé.
Hello, welcome to this edition, and we are glad to have all of you here to interview a prominent journalist, politician, the proprietor of Ovation, and a chief. He was appointed and he was given another chieftaincy title on October 3rd. Congratulations, sir, and welcome to the program. Hello, sir, can you hear me? Shegun, can you unmute him, please? Can you say something, Professor? Hello? Hello?
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Now we can hear you.
You can hear me.
Thank you.
Good evening, Prof. I must thank you for this great honor. I know the effort that you have put into this, and you continue to inspire us. You've always inspired me right from my childhood days at the then University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University, and it's a rare honor and privilege to be on your platform, sir. Thank you so much.
And thank you, and to our audience who have been very consistent. We will recognize you as time goes on. Let me thank those of you on various platforms, because we are streaming this to over 5 million people. We are very grateful for your participation. We thank M3 television stations carrying this live. We thank the Ovation Network with its own 2 million people carrying this live. We are very grateful to all of you. And we are very grateful to participants from here. I welcome Professor Ayobanjo, former Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, who is here with us. I welcome Tunde Kelani of Mainframe. Thank you for coming. Professor Amidou Sani, Vice Chancellor of Fountain University. Thank you for coming. I'll be mentioning others as the time goes on. We are all grateful for all of you. You became a chief on Saturday. You've been appointed chiefs in Ghana and other places. What does it really mean?
Well, for me, it's part of the African culture for us to give honor and recognition to those serving of it. Of course, there are other cases of people buying it. But fortunately for me, the very first one I got over 15 years ago, I was made the Onigegara of Jogaland in Ogun State. And I mean, that is a professional title, the man with the magic pen. And that I truly, truly appreciated, and I still appreciate it. In Ondo State, I was made the Owanuse of Imeri Kingdom, which is a leadership title. In Abia State, I was made the Onumekora one of Etiti in Abia State, and it means the voice of the people. And in Okelangu, I was made the Bashoran, which was a title associated with my mentor and adopted father, Chief Moshood Abiola. In Liberia, I'm the Kia Zulu of the Grand Cape Mount County in Liberia. And that was given to me because of my promotion of peace in the country, where Nigerian soldiers controlled 10 out of 15 counties. And I used to visit them. I used to visit them in Sierra Leone, going to the danger spots in Port Loko, in Mange. Of course, my contributions in Ghana have not gone unnoticed. I'm not yet a chief in Ghana, but I was given honorary doctorate degree by the University of Professional Studies in Ghana in 2016, and the event was personally attended by the then president of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama. I have a doctorate degree from the North American University in Cotonou in Benin Republic. And now recently, just 2 Saturdays ago, I became the Are of the whole land, and that was given to me by His Imperial Majesty of Abdurrashid Akonbi. And so for me, it means a lot when you are recognized by your own people. It's just like anybody abroad getting the Nobel Prize or the Pulitzer Prize. And so that's what it is to me.
Thank you. I would like to call upon Ms. Yinka Adeboye, who is going to lead this interview. Ms. Adeboye was born at Ile-Ife, and she also went to school, both the secondary school and the university at Ile-Ife, where she studied Yoruba literature, and later on Ibadan, where she acquired a master's degree in communication. She's used these 2 degrees to work at the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria, and also to write for newspapers, contributing to Iroyin Yoruba, Boom Boom. And she herself has written books. Splashes of Many Colors is one of them. And she's a poet. She has performed as Olori Ebi in events function, as Masters of Ceremony. Ms. Yinka Adeboye, please pose your questions. She's muted. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So, hello, Dele.
Good evening, Yinka. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. It's nice to see you here. So
Yeah, same here. Thank you.
I want to say a big congratulations to on the chieftaincy title conferred on you as the Are Atayeche of Igboland. Oh, Yamori already.
Thanks so much.
Now, yes. Now, Dele, I remember when we were younger in the secondary school, you were into novels. You loved reading novels with passion. And I remember you made me one of your disciples in quotes. You made me to read just like you. I was a recipient of your huge and rich library. As young as we were then, you were a guy of vast reading, and you tried to inculcate me there as well. As years sped by in the university, you had many boys squatting with you in the boys' quarters. It was like a big followership. You know, you had all of them there. It was like another hall on its own. And now you are a man of varied career who is a teacher, a journalist, a writer, an author, an entrepreneur, an inspiration to the youth, a politician, a businessman, an excellent example of humility, an enigma, a man of whose philanthropy is rare to find. You are an administrator and publisher of this high profile Ovation magazine. Now to my question, Dele. What segment, role, or significant events in your formative years prepared you for your position in the society today?
Well, my trajectory is quite long, and as you have mentioned, varied. But I would say I was very fortunate to have been born in the ancient city of Ile-Ife in 1960. If it not sound like a cliche, to very humble parents. My mom did not go to school, but I believe she was a very intelligent woman. She didn't go to school, because it was not fashionable in the family for female children to go to school. So they had to stay at home while the boys went to school. I believe she passed on that native intelligence to me. My father, who had migrated from the present day Edo State, what we used to call the old Midwest, to Ife, met my mom and they got married. But he died while I was barely 13 years old. So my mom had to take up full responsibility for me. She struggled to send me to school. And some of the best schools, of course, were in Ife at that time. My secondary school, St. John's Grammar School, was a Catholic school. And the Reverend Father had come from Canada. Extremely, extremely brilliant man, very hands-on. He knew everybody. He knew every student. He knew our parents. So if you had any issue, he knew who to send for. We didn't have telephones like this, except the land phones in those days. So then the university was just next door. So I was fortunate that my brother, my half-brother, Professor Dele Momodu, who got his PhD from Stanford in 1975, was scouted by the university. And so he returned home around the time I was about to do my WAEC exam. So I was staying with him. And of course, I became fascinated by the university environment. We started, so a few lecturers had their apartments at Fajri Hall at that time. So lecturers were able to relate with their students. So, and my brother had one of those flats. So that's where I first stayed. And then before we moved to Road 9. So the university environment really inspired me. I wanted to be a teacher, if possible, marry a teacher and live happily thereafter. Our superstars then were lecturers. That was how come I was able to know Professor Tony Falola and so many distinguished scholars. I was also fortunate by between 1977 and 78, I was a library attendant at the university library, what is now known as the Ezekiah Oluwasomi Library. So I had access to books. So all the books we were talking about. So I was in the library, working in the library, then the university bookshop was next door. And so whatever little money I made, I started acquiring books. And I was a voracious reader. I was very greedy about books. I mean, then I also had a lecturer who came from Singapore, Mrs. H. Sutton. I don't know if you remember Mrs. Sutton in Ife. They used to own a restaurant on Ondo Road. And I mean, the way she taught literature, it was impossible for you not to know it. We had to memorize what we call cramming. You know, at Beru, we had to, every week she'll give you an assignment against next week. Before you come to class next week, make sure you know you are Biku by Wole Soyinka. And I tell you till today, I will tell you, in vain your bangle scars, charm circles at my feet. I'm an Abiku calling for the first and the repeated times. Must I weep for goats and cowries, for palm oil and the sprinkled yams? Yams do not sprout in Hamlet to hurt Abiku limbs. Then you will go to John Pepper Clark. You will go to all of them. We read, Weep Not Child by Ngugi wa Thiong'o. We read Ayikoyama, The Beautiful Ones Are Not Yet Born. Then, of course, I veered into thrillers, James Hadley Chase, to Nick Carter, to James Bond. So Ife of those days really, really prepared me. I would say that Ife for me was my foundation. And that is why I keep going back, to Ife till today. Ife, I would say, prepared me for whatever I'm doing today. I met a lot of fantastic people. In the library, for example, there was a man who became my mentor, is now of blessed memory, Prince Deji Adelabu. I like the way the man would dress up. When he's coming, you must like him. Then he introduced me to the Oni of Ife, then about Kwadeshiju Ade Olubuse II, and then I worked for him before I came back for my master's. And I mean, Professor Ada Alegbe, Dr. Shola Idero, these were all very fascinating characters in Ife at that time. And I would say, whatever I'm doing today, started right from Ife. Thank you, Mrs. Adiboye.
Thank you, Dele. I remember some of those things you are talking about, you know. We were together then, you know, you remember. So let me go to my second question. Is there any event, action, or role in your childhood years you would have handled differently?
You see, I see myself as an incurable fatalist. You will remember that in the Yoruba lectures, we were taught about the concept of Ori. Everything in life, we believe that you were predestined, but we were also blind to our destinies. The reason why we all walk and try this and that is because we are not so sure of what our destiny holds. But I believe that circumstances will lead you ultimately to your destiny. I told you earlier that I wanted to be a teacher. But you will not believe it. After my first degree, I was temporarily a teacher at the Oyo State College of Arts and Science, where I had my national service. I was teaching A-level Yoruba. I was just 22 years old, and I was teaching literature in English at the same time. But thereafter, I couldn't sustain it because I couldn't get a job. The military ruined education in Nigeria because they started placing, embargo on appointments and promotions. And so someone like me wanted to be a teacher, couldn't get a job as a teacher. So that was what led me to writing. My best friend, who you know very well, Prince Adedamola Aderemi, was the one who suggested to me that with a first degree in Yoruba and a master's in literature in English, I should be able to write. I never really thought of it. And then I started writing for The Guardian at Full-Time House in Lagos, where they were paying me 25 naira per article. I was writing for the Sunday Tribune. They were not paying me anything. But the moment I started seeing my bylines in the publications, I mean, my brains just exploded. Hey, this is a good opportunity. Then I was becoming, popular. And then by the time I needed to go to Lagos in search of a job in 1988, I got one on the spot. So for me, it wasn't as if I deliberately wanted to be a journalist. It was due to lack of job. When people ask me, so what led you to what you're doing? I said joblessness. That's the way I summarize it. So, I was jobless and all my friends had jobs except me. My brother will come to the bus quarters, will find me at 10 a.m. sleeping, lie down on the floor. Our mattresses were on the floor and he will shake his head. Oh my shame. Oh, it's good to be jobless. And that pushed me. It was like, someone was injecting me, with determination. You have to succeed. You must do something. So by the time I got to Lagos, oh my God, I worked so much that within 2 years, I became the highest paid editor in Nigeria. That is the truth. Because I was afraid to go back to Ife, where my brother would look at me and say, it's good to be jobless. I didn't want to be jobless again.
Thank you very much. Let me digress a little bit, Dele. And let me ask you point blank. Are we one Nigeria?
No, definitely not. Human beings globally are never one. Even in America, there is racism. It's how the leadership manage it that will determine how pronounced it will become. We've never been one in Nigeria. I'm sure you've read and you've heard about the amalgamation that took place in 1914. And so you had different nationalities, ethnic groups forced together. But at some point, we were managing ourselves until that first coup, where some of our leaders were summarily executed. And then the ethnic tension started rising from that moment onwards. Also, Nigeria is not one, but I believe Nigeria can be one if you have the right type of leadership. We lost that opportunity 28 years ago when Chief Abiola won an election that was not in any doubt. It was voted for across the length and breadth of Nigeria, but unfortunately, some people chose to kill that election, and we have suffered and paid dearly for it in the last 28 years. By 2023, it will be exactly 30 years that we lost that opportunity. So I believe, and I'm dreaming, that someone would emerge who has that template that Abiola had. Until we find that template and we revalidate that example, it may be difficult for Nigeria to unite. In fact, the biggest problem confronting Nigeria today is the lack of unity. And that's why everybody is agitating that they want to go their separate ways.
Thank you. So what qualities should we look for in a president?
Oh, I mean, for me, the most important, and everybody knows it today, is a man who is completely detribalized, a man who does not care what religion. I'll give you an example. Even in my own private capacity as the chairman of the Ovation Media Group, nobody will ask you where you come from. We employ on merit. The editor of Ovation, in fact, I didn't know, except from his name, that he's not Yoruba, but he speaks Yoruba more than a Yoruba. Michael Efiong James is from Akwa Ibom. The man from the head, Elizu Eric, the head of the Boss newspapers, our online newspaper, is an Igbo man. I don't know which state he comes from. Nobody has ever heard him. The man in charge of the television, Ebuwa Agontai, I believe is the name. Nobody cares where you come from. And that is how a nation should run. I think, again, one of the problems of leadership in Nigeria is that we bring people, most of them have done nothing in their private capacity. They are not accomplished in any personal career. So one godfather or the other, we come, uplift them, and catapult them to positions of power and leadership. A man who has never managed 1 million naira himself suddenly is managing a 50 trillion naira economy. Of course, it's going to go mental. And that's why most people behave. You can see that they are abnormal in their thinking, they are abnormal in their ways, because they just don't know. And according to a quote, a favorite quote from Chinua Achebe, he says, "A man who knows not and knows not that he knows not is a fool." So we act foolishly, because if a leader does not know, I always tell people, these days you can buy brains. There are examples of countries where brains have been bought because they don't have the local knowledge of what they require. A good example is United Arab Emirates, especially Dubai. If you go to the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world, on their wall, you will see about 55 pictures of engineers that they assembled from all over the world. You have structural engineer, electrical engineer, wind engineer, and so on and so forth. Some from Germany, some from China, some from Japan. So the world is such that you must be open-minded. Even in London, where I'm speaking to you from right now, they are at a point, they had to bring in the governor of the Bank of England, was a Canadian. And that's not to say they cannot find economists in England who can do the job, but you just must free your soul. Once upon a time, I told you, my teacher came from Singapore, my principal came from Canada. Is it because Nigeria was good? We didn't have all this, ethnic tension like we do today. So people felt free to come to Nigeria. We had exchange programs. I met Japanese who came to school at the University of Ife. In fact, I read somewhere that even members of the royal family in Saudi Arabia sometimes were flown to UCH Ibadan for treatment. So, and all our teachers, I'm happy that we have Professor Yobanjo, online. I'm sure in their time, they all stood abroad. By the time they finished, everybody wanted to come back home. Unlike now, everybody wants to go away. My brother, a lot of people ask me, why did he come back? A man who had a PhD from Stanford in physics, specializing in material science, came back to Nigeria. out of patriotism. He felt Nigeria held out promise and hope for him. But today, the reverse is the case. In fact, most people like him who return to Nigeria are shocked if they are not disappointed and if they are not regretting it.
Wow. So what can you say is the biggest problem in Nigeria?
The biggest problem is that we all know our problems, and I'll surprise you, we also all know the solution, but we have no leader who is ready to bear the cards. We have no leader who is ready to compromise on his personal comfort. I can tell you that if you manage your own business and you know that your staff, your crew is not performing to expectation, what do? You get rid of them. But we are in a country where some ministers, today, we don't even know names of our ministers, talk less of knowing their pedigree. When we were young, we knew names of commissioners.
Yes.
In fact, under Chieftaincy in Oyo State in those days, we knew virtually all the commissioners. Till today, you still remember some outstanding commissioners. Today, you don't know some of the governors. You can imagine I was a presidential candidate, and I can tell you confidently that there are governors whose names today I will have to think before I can remember. There are ministers I don't even know at all. And if you ask me what did they do for a living before becoming minister, no idea. Today, you have ambassadors in their 80s. And, some of them, even for them to work is a problem. When these are supposed to be the representatives of your country. So our problem is that merit is no longer important. We just do things as if there is no tomorrow, as if we lack ambition. But you need a leader. And it boils down again to who is ready to sacrifice his personal comfort. More often than not, most of our leaders compromise because they want a second term. You need a leader. And I've seen an example in Ghana, and it's my very, very good friend, John Dramani Mahama. When he was president, he used to tell people, he said, I will take difficult decisions. It does not matter if I get voted out. And that's what happened. They voted him out because they felt, this man, what he's doing is making us uncomfortable. For example, one of our biggest problems in Nigeria, electricity. They had the same issue in Ghana. It was called doomsday, where lights will go off. But what did they do in Ghana? The president came out and told them the truth. He said, in 24 months, I promise you, I will restore electricity fully. In fact, we'll be able to sell to neighboring countries in Togo, in Burkina Faso, in Cote d'Ivoire. He came out, he told them, he said, but you will have to pay the correct tariffs. And in 18 months, President Mahama was able to inject 824 megawatts into the national grid. Yes. And he was able to fix the problems of distribution, of transmission, all those things that we complain about in Nigeria. He was able to fix it in 18 months. Of course, people paid more for electricity, but they had electricity. I would rather pay more for electricity than buying diesel and polluting the atmosphere. Nobody cares in Nigeria, about the environmental pollution. So, look, there is so much that can be done, but the leader must be ready to sacrifice himself. And if you are a Christian, and I know you are, the Bible is replete with stories of sacrifice. In fact, every time you hear that Abraham was asked to sacrifice, what could be more difficult than say, yeah, go and sacrifice your son? So it's the same thing with leadership. A leader wants to just enjoy, outlandishly. You want to be a flamboyant, ceremonial emperor. You will never succeed. And that is the problem in Nigeria. In fact, when you see the way our leaders parade themselves, you will know they only came there to enjoy, nothing more, nothing less.
Okay, with all these things happening, do you think it is better for the country to separate, considering you have been going through these problems for 61 years now?
For every one of us that says the country should not break up, I'm sure there are 1,000 people who are totally and completely frustrated with Nigeria as we have them today. In fact, some people have accused us that the only reason some of us are saying Nigeria should not break up is because we are comfortable. Nobody is comfortable with the madness. I'm not comfortable. I know what I could do personally in my business. I know what we used to do and what it is that we're doing today. But still, there are many questions that I always ask, and most of the people agitating for the breakup have not been able to answer. So that is the reason why I will still say, look, yes, it looks impossible, it looks difficult, but I still believe there are a few people in Nigeria today, if they have the opportunity, things can turn around in 6 months for Nigeria. That's the truth. The Abiola template, I will continue to mention. A few of us have that template. We know that template. We know what to do. And we have grown over time to develop on that template, because after 28 years, also you have to adjust a few things. There are lessons that we have learned from Abiola. There are lessons that we learned from Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and the rest of them. And today, if we have the opportunity, you see, as I said, the first is that the country must unite. You cannot make progress in the absence of unity. And so, which means we must, by all means, find leaders. Even President Babangida himself said it recently in his interview that now he knows about 3 Nigerians who can do it. There are people who will feel comfortable in any part of Nigeria. Even for those of us running business, if we did not use the same template, our business would have failed. In the North, it was virtually impossible for a journalist to go into the quarters where the women are staying and take pictures. We broke that jinx. We made sure that we started giving publicity to women. The first thing we did was to go and employ female photographers. Say it's a man, you don't want to go into the quarters, and these women can do. So that was how we started. Before, you will see women who cover up their faces and everything. But when they started seeing a magazine like Ovation, today, if you go to northern weddings, you will think you are in the South. You see people wearing ashoke, wearing all those fabrics and all that. So, and through a magazine, we started uniting Nigeria. There is no difference between a function now. Even when President Buhari's son got married recently to the daughter of the Emir of Bichi in Kano State, I mean, you would think you were in Lagos. So through a magazine, we were able to do that. So we must also be able to do that by our politics. You need people who are sensitive to other people's feelings. Unfortunately, President Buhari scattered everything. He made it worse. Is it because he just doesn't care? I see him as a man who just feels that, well, I can do whatever I like. I'm a Fulani man, and I'm for Fulani people. And I've told him, you have a right to defend your tribe or your race. But if you wanted to do that, you should have been an emir, not a president. If you're an emir, you can do it. But the moment you become a president, you must be responsible for every citizen of Nigeria, and you must protect every inch of the landmass of Nigeria. So this is what is lacking. The moment you have a leader with the kind of temperament that I'm describing now, who is at home with everyone, who will not judge you based on your religion or where you come from, then you will see that all these things will fizzle out in a matter of time. But Nigeria is a great, great country. Nigeria parades some of the brightest human beings on earth. I've traveled on 5 continents. I've been to over 60 countries, and I've interacted with Nigerians. There is no country. I went to a place on the Caribbean islands called the Commonwealth of Dominica. I was shocked, a country of 64,000 people, when I found that there were over 100 Nigerians living there. Some of them as lawyers, nurses, doctors, and things like that. So, and when we're outside, Nigerians are united. But politicians use divide and rule just for them to manipulate themselves into power. And that is the problem. It is not that Nigerians dislike. I have some of my best friends are Northerners. If I go to Maiduguri today, I'll call Kashim Imam and say, I'm coming. If I go to Adamawa, I'll call Baba Bamanga Tuko and say, I'm coming. He will not chase me out of his house. If I call Atiku Abubakar, he will not say, Dele, yes. You know, if I go to Kano, I'll call the Emir of Bichi, whom I've known for about 30 years. If I go to Sokoto, you know, I'll go and pay homage to the Sultan. He calls Mr. Ovation. This is what is required. It is not an impossibility. But when a few people feel that some Nigerians are second-class citizens and third-class citizens in their own country, there will always be problems. And I will never stop talking about it. And that is why I believe that whatever we can do between now and next year, before the next general elections, we must do it to make sure that never again are we going to have ethnic bigots and religious fundamentalists in power. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Prof.
One last question for you, please.
Okay.
But you can give up if you don't want to ask the last.
No, I can give him one more.
Thank you.
All right, sir. Okay. Dele, I have to ask you this. Buhari has appointed Fulani as heads of almost federal civil service agencies, banks, judges, and everything like that. Is this the best? Is this the best approach for unity and to keep Nigerians together? Is this the best?
No, obviously it cannot be the best. And that's what we've been talking about. It's not the best. It's unfortunate that it's gotten worse under President Buhari. I've written countless letters, memos, you know, on the pages of newspapers to him. I know he reads newspapers. I met him once in 2015. The second time I met him, we didn't have an opportunity to discuss because I had accompanied the former president of Ghana, John Mahama, to him in 2017. But in 2015, I was able to tell him that I appointed myself special advisor to President Goodluck Jonathan, free of charge. How was I an advisor? By writing to him every Saturday in my column on the back page of this day. And I was going to do the same for him, that I would be advising him. And he said, oh, it was fine. I even compiled my articles on Jonathan and took to him, and he asked me to autograph, and I signed it for him, you know. But I don't know how anybody at this time and age can think you can make one ethnic group to become overlords on others. I don't know how he hopes to do that. There are people who believe that Nigeria is beyond redemption. I want to re-emphasize that I believe that if we do the right thing, and we cannot do the right thing by simply folding our arms and sitting down at home and saying a miracle would happen. No, we must make that miracle happen ourselves. And before you go, I read someone saying, when I was talking about the North, I didn't mention it, but you see, that's another problem in Nigeria. Everything now, you must reflect. I have friends all over Igbo land. You know, if I go to Anambra and I call Peter Obi, he's my neighbor. We live close to each other in Ikoyi, Lagos, and we do interact. If I want, I can go to others in Imo State, the Agbasos, you know, I'll feel comfortable with them. If I go to Abia State, that's where I'm a chief in Abia State. So I was just using that as an example. Of course, this is not a platform for me to come and campaign and tell you this is what I can do and undo. But I can assure you that there are Nigerians, many Nigerians, not me, there are many Nigerians who have that capacity to unite Nigeria. And until we identify them, and again, we must avoid the mistakes we've made repeatedly, thinking that only governors and ministers can aspire to be president. Abiola was never a governor. Donald Trump was never a governor in America when he became the president. Even Barack Obama had just started politics. I call him a Kenyan. He became, you know, the president of the United States, two-term president. Why? On merit, because he could show his capacity for performance. Leadership is about managing people and resources. It is not about being a politician. Nigeria is the only place where we say, oh, experience, the only experience you are likely to acquire is that you will join them if you can't beat them. But that's not what we say in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, my recommendation now is that Nigeria must begin to look beyond career politicians. When a man tells you that he has no other job outside politics, you should run away from such a person. Thank you.
Thank you, Dele.
Thank you very much. Ms. Nkadiboye, we are very grateful for your participation. Thank you very much. There are some Ife people here. I recognize Baba Femi Uba, who was at Ife when you were there, directing and staging plays like Kongi Harvest. I recognize the new chief of Ife, the head of the Ogun group, Kola Bimbola. Thank you.
Oh, wow. I was within 2 weeks in Lagos.
Mrs. Chokumbo Awolowo, thank you for coming.
My dearest auntie.
Prominent newspaper columnist. I recognize you. Yeah, Chief Dele Momodu, shouldn't we dispense with democracy and try other options? So, and the lead option that people mention is China. Shouldn't we say, okay, we've tried this democracy, is not delivering development. Can't we just get rid of it and say, let's try the Chinese model?
No, sir. One of my favorite quotes is that you should never set fire to an entire village because you are trying to catch a few rats. You see, for you to dispense with democracy, then there must be, the military must be involved. And you are a professor of history, a very, very distinguished one at that. You know that that is not going to be an easy task for anybody to wake up, even the politicians. Today, for example, I believe we have too many states in Nigeria. Some people are fighting for more states, when even some of our states are not viable. So it tells you something, that those who are profiting from the rods, from the rubbish, are not going to cooperate with anybody who makes such a suggestion. In fact, the moment you start it, you will see how they will exchange fisticuffs in the National Assembly. People are making a kill of our problems. So I would say, rather than create more problems and conundrum, why don't we manage what we have effectively? I'll give you an example. The economy. A few years back, when I saw that the economy was nosediving, as a businessman, I asked myself, what can we do to sustain Ovation? What you do is to downsize. We didn't sack people. The idea of some people in downsizing is that you must dispense with your workers. I believe that what we're paying is not even good enough. Talk less of now emptying them into the job market. So we decided that the leaders must downsize. If I was flying first class, let me go down to premium. If I was flying premium, let me go down to economy. Whosoever meets me in economy and says Dele Momodu is not flying first class, that is his business. He's not the one buying. So, but in Nigeria, you see the economy is down, but leaders are living even more flamboyantly. So, to manage our economy, you therefore need people who have managed people and resources in their private capacity, so they understand what it entails to manage an economy. The leader of Nigeria promised us when he was coming that I'm going to sell off some of the presidential jets, and we're all jubilant. But what happened? In fact, they acquired more. That's the truth. They acquired more. So if I was in his shoes, and Baba Babangida was able to do that initially, because I once caught up with him at Gatwick Airport. He was coming from Cuba with his late wife, Auntie Stella, and they flew British Airways. Sir, there is no law that says a Nigerian leader, if he has to travel, cannot call Arik or Air Peace or any of our local airlines that have good aircrafts. And when you are going, they convert it into a presidential jet, you fly. And when you come back, and that way the economy improves because the money stays in your own economy. But in our own case, you have leaders who never flew even business class before they became leaders. So the moment they became leaders, then they migrate to first class. That's how we lose money. The hotels, a man who has never slept, he has never even been to New York in the last 30 years, suddenly you make him the president of Nigeria. So his priority is different. You will have an entourage of 50 people, and they will tell him, those who are going to take the money will tell him, oh, you are going to stay at the Waldorf, or you are going to Ritz-Carlton. The man has never slept there. If they tell him that a presidential suite is $50,000, he will sign. But I, Dele Momodu, I know that I've slept in those hotels, and I know how I am able to stay there. If I had to pay $50,000, I would not have gone there. So what you do is that you already know your itinerary. A president does not travel on the spur of the moment. So you already know that next year you are going to the United Nations General Assembly. So they would have booked well ahead for you. It may cost you $2,000, maximum $3,000. See how much you would have saved. So the problem is that we have people who use government to enjoy. All these problems about let's discard with democracy. Look, sir, once upon a time, we had the parliamentary system. Suddenly, some people had this highfalutin idea of a presidential system. And I say it, how do you practice capitalism without capital? You want to copy America when you don't have the resources of America. So what we need to do is to make sure that we are able to downsize. And you will never do that because all my job, I don't know, sir, if you'll be able to translate better. You know, the people who have never enjoyed, if you just entrust them with such humongous power and resources, they will misbehave.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to invite Professor Tunji Olaopa to handle this next segment. Professor Tunji Olaopa was very famous in his school days, serving the union of the university, then worked in the civil service, where he became permanent secretary, head of service. He's written so many books, which form the basis of his well-earned professorship, over 15 books. And at the moment, he is the directing staff at the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies at Kuru. He's also a candidate that in future, we will also interview him, given the depth and wealth of his experience. Welcome, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's such a pleasure, Chief Dele Momodu, to share the platform with you.
Thank you.
I like to join others to congratulate you for the chieftaincy conferred by the Oluo, which of course I thought was significant. I saw it more from, I thought it was a smart move by the Oluo because
I think it's frozen.
Yes, the internet.
While waiting for him, how do you think we should involve young men and women in our politics?
I thought that it needs wisdom.
Okay, it's back.
Okay, that's fine. With deep Yoruba wisdom, who needs help from people like you, and I wish you well.
Thank you, sir. The internet is gone again.
So can you handle that question of youth in politics while we wait for
definitely, sir. That has always been my passion. That has always been my passion. It's one of the reasons.
I like to narrate on your person. Mrs. Am I on?
It keeps going off and on, sir.
Your internet is not good.
Okay. Are you hearing me now?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you. No, so let me go to my first question, which attempts to unpack a lot of the narratives from the answer to Mrs. Adeboye's question. So I'd like to start by focusing on you, Dele Momodu, as a man, from being the typical Yoruba lad born in the provincial Ile-Ife, who rose through the thick and thin to become a household name in Nigeria. The trajectory of a man who, from what we have heard today, who rose from grass to grace, a self-made man of a sort, from being jobless to being a great employer, and you know, a kind of a man, an icon that youths would like to model. So what would you emphasize in all of this narrative as a reference point for young ones, the youths who might wish to draw inspiration from your life, and for historians who might want to project your narrative to interpret the Nigerian future?
Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much. I think Professor Tony Falala was just asking something along those lines while your internet was frozen. The main point of my life is education. If you ask me 1, 2, 3, I will say education, education, education. I thank God that my mom never stopped trying. My first school start in 1976. I had a poor grade 3. I had F9 in maths, F9 in chemistry, F9 in biology, and any other mother would have given up. In fact, my mom took me to an uncle of mine, a professor at the University of Ibadan, who painted a very vivid picture of me to my mom. This one, Oriya daughter, he doesn't know anything. Let him go and call typing, let him go and learn typing and all that. Of course, today I type, but I type not at the level he expected. My mom sent me back to school. In 1977 again, we had problems. That was the year of the Orijo, when there was mass leakage of exam questions. And so my results were stopped. My mom, you won't believe it, sent me back to school. So I did my school start 3 times and then became a pioneer Jambite in 1978. We were the first set of Jam in 1978. So the lesson in it for our young ones is that, look, you must never give up. Education is always a good foundation. It does not mean that you are going to use your certificate. I can't remember ever going to anybody now to present my certificate before getting a job. But it gives you something. It gives you confidence. It gives you a worldview that you are not likely to find in your own cocoon. So education, unfortunately today, has collapsed. But despite that, anybody who has any iota of ambition in life must try to get educated. And it doesn't mean university. I encourage, and I've discussed with several of our governors, that look, they should do what Ghana is doing, vocational studies. That's why you will see that in Nigeria today, a lot of people, if they need artisans, they cannot even call Nigerians. They go to Togo, they go to Ghana. It's because those artisans are well trained. So we need to do that. So education for me was very key. The other thing is that while I was being educated, I also learned how to read biographies. You see, if you want to get inspired, don't assume that Mike Adenuga just became Adenuga without doing nothing. I go on media these days and you see people attacking Dangote, attacking Adenuga. You see, there is a saying that you cannot attract what you despise. So if you want to make it in life, instead of dissipating your energy, abusing people who are not on social media, people who are not even aware of your existence, get very constructive and productive.
Yeah.
Go and read about how people became who they are. A lot of people think Dele Momodu is synonymous with only ovation. They didn't know that as of 1993, I was one of the first Nigerians to be arrested by the Babangida government over the June 12 crisis. A lot of people didn't know that for 3 years I was a refugee in this same England, and I had to struggle and smuggle myself into England, you know, where I became a refugee for the next 3 years. And I did not give up. When I came in, it was out of that terrible situation that ovation came about. So the inspiration I like to give to people is that don't just look at people and just assume that, oh, it is impossible for your own life. Impossibility is not in my lexicon. I believe that if I work very hard and I remain focused, I will get whatever I want. And so that to me is very important to our youth.
Thank you very much, Chief. Now, I like to progress to your professionalism. As a professional journalist, a strategic communicator, a celebrated columnist, and one at that who speaks truth to power, and a publisher of global magazine Ovation, it will be useful actually to hear from you what drives your professionalism. But I'd like to inject a bit of a critique there. And in doing that, I'd like to reference Professor Adeleke Adeeko in his recent book, Art of Being Yoruba. He linked the success of Ovation to the Yoruba praise-singing tradition. Indeed, Ovation adulates the rich and the powerful, not necessarily the exemplary in society, understandably given the commercial orientation, making you, in a sense, and that's at some intellectual crazy level, complicit in the Nigerian woes. Given this professional reputation, and nonetheless, the fact that you remain an iconic figure nonetheless, how do you assess your nationalist credentials when your success depends significantly on the very same people who are complicit in the debilitation of Nigeria?
Thank you, Prof. My success does not depend on anybody. And I haven't seen this recent book by Professor Adeeko. I am aware of his earlier thesis in which he reached out to me because he was interested in the Ovation project. If my life depended on anybody, it would have been impossible for me to write the articles that I write every week.
By the way, Adeeko is on the program. By the way, he's on the program, so I may invite him.
Yes. So one of the things that I learned in Ife and that I value to tomorrow is logic. It was made compulsory when we were in school. And for me, many people have said these things over and over again. There are different genres of journalism. We chose lifestyle. It's like someone saying Ebenezer Obey saw Babangida yesterday and sang for Babangida at a wedding. And then tomorrow he's singing austerity measures. Ebenezer Obey's job is different from his personal opinion. Otherwise, then you can accuse a woman who sells tomato to a corrupt leader yesterday and say, why did you sell? Or a pharmacist who sold paracetamol to Buhari when he was sick. He will say you are the one who kept the dictator alive. It's the same logic. What we do at Ovation is pictorial. We don't praise. Praise singing means talking. And I'll give a very vivid example. President Goodluck Jonathan's daughter got married while he was in power. Pastor Adejare Adeboye was invited. He flew in from England to Abuja to officiate at the wedding. After the wedding, Astoria or Pepe Consort came from Lagos to give them food at the reception. Ali Baba or Basket Mouth became the MC. They came there. The band or Davido or any of them came to sing. And Ovation came just to take pictures. Then you left Pastor Adeboye, you left Pepe Consort who cooked food, you left the musician, you left the MC, you left everybody. Then you grabbed Ovation. You said Ovation is the one just for taking pictures. Abba, I will challenge anybody to come and show any copy of Ovation where we wrote that a thief is not a thief, or someone who is not a thief is called a thief. I will challenge that openly. And I'm happy that Professor Dele Momodu is here watching us. No, Ovation is pictorial because of the glamour. There is nothing we have covered that Guardian newspaper does not cover. As a matter of fact, all newspapers in Nigeria, they have state house correspondents. We don't have any. All newspapers, Punch. Sir, when Buhari came to power, do you know how many journalists they arrested for collecting money from PDP? Did you ever see Ovation's name there? Do you think I don't like money? Every week, I criticize those who can turn me into billionaires. But when something becomes too colorful, too beautiful, too successful, of course, some people will find fault with it. I am saying it openly and confidently. We have managed Ovation for 25 years. If we were useless, as some people tend to portray it, we would have collapsed. All the magazines that copied Ovation collapsed. Last week, Omoyele Sowore said on the platform, oh, Dele's life depends on these people. I said, Omoyele, I challenge you, mention one person that my life depends on. If you don't know the secret of my success, ask me, I will tell you. I didn't buy a house in Nigeria until I was 57. This house in which I live, okay, we got a mortgage over 20 years ago. I'm one of the few Nigerians who can tell you every penny I made, how I made it, and how I spent it. Anybody in my shoes would never criticize government. I put my business at risk, and yet people cannot see the risk. You are a radical when you have nothing, when you have something to lose. To me, you are not a radical when you have nothing to lose. A man who can say, to hell, if you like, don't buy Ovation. If you like, don't patronize Ovation. I will criticize you. I challenge anybody who has done it to come and tell me how they've done it. So it's a simple thing. We are a pictorial magazine. We don't write editorial. We don't write anything. So how can you now say I am responsible? So if you don't want to see the picture, you say something. In fact, there was a BBC man in Abuja one day when someone rose up at a conference and accused me of the same thing. And my simple answer, if everybody was rolling on the floor, was that you said a man stole your money. I'm showing you pictures of how he's spending it. You left the man, you come and grab the photographer. Is that a normal thing to do? That is the story of Ovation. If you say somebody stole your money, it's not my business not to show the picture. The person is spending money. Look, when the Abacha wedding took place in Kano, his two daughters got married. Ovation went there. What was our interest? We've heard and read about the House of Gold in Kano. Nobody ever showed the picture. Ovation, if I was a white publisher, I would have made millions from copyright. We went there and took the picture. The mausoleum in which Abacha was buried, nobody ever saw it. We had to smuggle our photographers under the guise of doing the wedding to the back of the building. And we saw the mausoleum and we were able to take pictures. Today, that copyright belongs to Ovation. So what more can I do? I've never stopped talking. I've always been in opposition. I've never been in government. Even the Buhari that I supported, I was not a member of his party. So if you like to depend on Buhari, some people say I wanted to be minister. If you want to be minister, there is a process, there is a procedure. You join their party, you go to your state governor. Me, I'm almost stateless. I'm from Edo, but the people of Edo say I'm Yoruba because I was born in Ife. So I'm in Ife. If I go to Ife, there are some people who tell me to go back to Edo. So in my life, I've been in opposition. Till today, I'm a member of National Conscience Party, Ganifa Emin's party. If I like money, is it not APC I'll go to? I mean, what kind of wala is it? I'll go to APC. Nobody, tell if I used to abuse them. Did they not accept it? Did the president not? Yes. So if I want money, won't I go the same way? My best friends are in APC today. It is my closest, even some of the people who we were together in exile. Tinubu is in APC. If I go to him, do you think they will reject me? If I go to Lagos, I say I need a job, you think I will not get a job? But I wanted to build a brand. It's not easy to build any brand for a quarter of a century and still counting. I thank God for that. So I think Prof would need to review his book. If he needs more materials, I'll give it to Prof. I mean, that is the essence of scholarship. I'm very, very ready to work with him. I'm sure he based his opinion maybe on what people were saying, the general perception that, in fact, in Nigeria now people have criminalized success. Ovation, we don't carry up to 10% of government people. Because one, we don't get crashed. Two, we are not in any state house. We don't go to any state house. You want ovation for your wedding, you call, I don't even have to know about it. And then they go and do it. It has nothing to do with me. I interview people, question and answer. I don't write opinion. I've done controversial interviews. I'm always looking for newsmakers because that is the nature of the magazine that I do. I'm not a 10. I'm not a Harry Potter. Thank you, sir.
Let me ask Adeleke Adeyeko to, this is unusual, please, Professor Olaupa. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me ask Professor Adeleke Adeyeko to quickly rebut. Adeyeko, please.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to show my face. I was on Facebook until I heard my name mentioned by Professor Olaupa. Thank you for referring to the book. Chief Momodu, I've known you for a long time, since 78 in Ife. I did not accuse that book is intellectual, as Professor Olaupa remarked. You granted me interviews in Accra. I remember very well in 2008, very gracious, and I'm grateful for that. You granted me copyright for your pictures without a fee. You did not ask for a penny. You actually signed away the rights. And I acknowledge that in the book. I really, really appreciate it. Now, to come back to the book, I took Ovation as an art form, not just as a political form. I read Ovation seriously against those who accused you of praising it. I actually mentioned that there. I said I spoke to some journalists who believe they're serious and called you praise singers. And I actually developed an idea that Ovation is an art form that took off from Oriki Borokini, the Oriki of the eminent. The Momodu did not invent it. Momodu recreated it and turned orality into visuality, and actually developed what I call a view, an alternative theory of photography of the image from what Dele Momodu was doing in that book. So on one hand, I mentioned that, yes, it continues praise singing, but me as a scholar of oral traditions, I do not regard praise singing as something bad, personally in my life. Professor Falola will attest to that. After I did, actually the book has a chapter on Falola. There's a section on Falola in the book. And they told him I was bad-mouthing him at the conference. Then he said, Professor Falola, Woko boom in South Africa. No, I did not. I did not do that. I see praise singing as a form, aesthetic form, that you did something fabulous about developing. What people did with that, that's something else. But that is not actually the case of Abacha. It was actually reported. I wrote about it, that you said you exposed to me in an interview. You told me you did this about Abacha. On your devotion to the form of the pictorial magazine, I actually quoted you in a magazine that's now defunct online. I said everybody copied you. So I actually praised you the way in the magazine. So Chief Momodu, I'm sorry you didn't get a copy of the book. I was looking for ways of sending it to you, but I will personally deliver 2 copies to you, both the Nigerian edition and the American edition next time I visit. I promise you that. Thank you very much. And thank you.
Thank you, bro.
Let him respond before you disappear, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, Prof, thank you so much for that clarification. You see, the impression that people have The moment we mention praise singing, we don't praise sing. And that is the correction I will continue to make and emphasize. We don't praise sing. We publish what we see. Chief Antonio Oladende Fernandez owned an island in New York. We flew in a photographer, Colin Ramsey. He's late now. Great Scottish man. We went there. He photographed it. It is reality. That's not praise singing. We flew the same man to Maiduguri to take pictures of the House of Gold owned by Alhaji Maideribe. That is not praise singing. It's reality. What we mirror innovation is the reality of our people. If King Sunny Ade is somewhere, now we have Ovation Television, maybe that would even be worse. Because when we go there, Wasiu is singing and people are praying. Of course, I'm not going to kill my camera because some people are going to accuse me of complicity. No, I'm just doing my job of reporting. It's a lifestyle genre. That is what we do. But my opinion, I express every Saturday without any fear or favor. Every Saturday, I express my opinion freely. 2 days after the last time I met Buhari, 2 days after I met him in 2017, I wrote an editorial and I said, no, this man has gone beyond redemption and I cannot support him again. I am a freeborn in Nigeria. I'm one of the people who have everything to lose. And yet it doesn't matter. If you don't patronize me, look, there are places Ovation should be, and some people will not invite me because of my opinion. I don't mind. I don't mind. If that's all I will contribute to my country, that's what I will do. Despite that, I don't discriminate against anybody. In this period of the COVID pandemic, I set up an Ovation Palliative, and we were giving money to people from, I have an app on this phone designed by a Ghanaian lady, okay? And we have platforms where people apply from every part of Nigeria. But no, we got the highest number of applications from Borno State, nearly 8,000 people, and we're giving 5,000. One gentleman in Taraba said he was able to start a kerosene business from the 5,000 we gave him. Today, we've given him additional 10,000. He is also now employing people. They are selling kerosene. So my life is very structured. My business, I always tell people, the poor cannot help the poor. You need people, rich people with a conscience to help the poor. So my success is not for me or for my family alone. Because if I don't take care of the poor outside there, I don't see how I can be comfortable. So this idea of praise singing, I would want us to explore it further. And like I said, I will make myself available. Thank you, sir.
Thank you
very much. Professor Olapa, please continue.
Yes.
And thank you, Professor, for your intervention. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. I like your comment that's the beauty of scholarship. And within the critique methodology of scholarship also, there is a lot of mischief, but it doesn't diminish the originality and the popularity of Ovation. And I congratulate you for being the author of such a global brand. So let me go to my next question, and this time I'm referencing your 2015 article titled In Search of Mathematicians, where you brilliantly analyze how General Buhari will defeat Dr. Jonathan. With the dynamics and awareness about 2023 building up, and with the coalitions and intrigue eating the polity, it will be enlightening to know what Dele Momodu thinks about the coming electoral storm as a keen participant observer. Are there political signifiers and signification that speak to the possible future Nigeria might be headed?
Fantastic question, bro. Fantastic. I think I specialize, without sounding immodest, in political calculations and permutations. And when I wrote that article, I believed that it was written in 2014 and not 2015. I will check it on Google, but I think it was 2014. Because that was the first day the current Minister of Aviation, Hadi Sirika, gave me a call. I was in Ghana after I read. The Buhari group were not too sure it knew that election. But after reading In Search of Mathematicians, they were more relaxed and more comforted that they had a chance. I'm looking at my crystal ball from here in London, and there are mixed signs. Mixed signs. The first, which I believe will jolt a lot of our viewers, is that very soon some people are going to encourage Buhari not to go. That is the first one. Some people are going, and I believe they have even started. They are going to tell him, you are God sent, you are the only one. Every leader in Nigeria, one way or the other, have faced that. And it will be unfortunate. That's one. Two, the troublemakers of Nigeria have started again making their trouble. By 2023, it would have been 16 years since Umaru Musa Yar'Adua became the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He spent 3 years, and unfortunately, he passed on. And then Dr. Goodluck Jonathan took over. He spent 5 years. And then Buhari, by 2023, God willing, would have spent 8 years. So which means Yar'Adua's 3 years plus Buhari's 8 years will mean 11 out of 16 years. 2 people from Katsina, they are not just Northerners, they are both from Katsina, would have been in power. And only 5 years would have been the one by Jonathan, a southern minority, as they called him. And now some people are already saying that power should not move from the north. I think that's a danger signal. That, for me, is a danger signal. In fact, one of the reasons why the Tinubu supporters were so cocksure that he will be the next president of Nigeria is because of the mythical, I will call it mythical because there is no evidence, the mythical impression that there was a gentleman's agreement between Tinubu and Buhari. So if already they are saying power will not leave the north, it means that they've already edged out Tinubu, they've edged out Otibajo, they've edged out all those who rushed, I don't know, either wisely or foolishly, from their party to APC, because they were hoping the mantle might fall on them. You had governors from Ebonyi, you had governors from Cross River who jumped ship and joined APC recently. So that is that. But let's now look at all things being good. Let's say we are the ones who are just being paranoid. You know, Nigeria is full of paranoia. In fact, almost every Nigerian today can be accused of neurosis. So we're neurotic as a nation. So let's now say that, oh, we're the ones reading meanings to what is not, we're crying wolf where there is none, no problem. So I personally, I believe that APC should be punished for the mismanagement of Nigeria in the last 6.5 years, 8 years by 2023. That is my first proposition. They should be punished. If you fail an exam, you don't get promoted. If you fail, sometimes you can get rusticated if your results are so bad and the school gives up on you. They will say, no, you should never even get near the school again. Just go your parents can find somewhere else. The way Nigeria is today, we are just on the brink of collapse. Worry has led us to the Golgotha. So my thinking is that if there will be elections, and I've told my young friends who want to contest, Kingsley Moghalu, Omoyele Sowore, I've told them the truth and the reality as I know it. They disagree with me, but Yorubas have been saying, the wisdom of the ancients shows very clearly, globally, not just in Nigeria, that it will take a miracle for a third force to emerge in a country as complex and as complicated as Nigeria. So we are left with only one option. If APC is so bad that we don't want to touch it, the only other option will be PDP for now, unless the party breaks up and then you have a new realliance like it happened with APC. Anything other than that, the two formidable parties at the national level, I'm not talking about state now, will be APC and PDP. And as such, I've advised those who want to contest, do what Donald Trump did in America, hijack one of the political parties. If you believe you are that popular, let Sowore go and proliferate the APC with his supporters. Let Kingsley Moghalu go and invade PDP with his supporters, and let him go and prove his popularity to the stakeholders. At this stage, we are not talking about general elections. We are talking about who gets the ticket of the parties. If PDP is smart and they do the mathematics I'm about to tell you, they will coast home to victory, no doubt. What do they need to do? Because today, PDP looks weak. We don't even know who the leader of opposition is in Nigeria. Is it Jonathan or is it Atiku? The confusion is there. So what they need to do is to look beyond the regular politicians. Because right now, who are the regular politicians that they have in PDP? Atiku, Tambuwa, Rabiu Kwankwaso, Bukola Saraki, and so on and so forth. I don't think any of them will be able to defeat an APC candidate with the power of incumbency. So what they need to re-energize their party is to go and bring a non-Korean politician from outside who has name and face recognition, who is a global icon, a man who knows people everywhere and people will feel comfortable with. If they get such a person and bring him, then the floaters party, the biggest party in Nigeria, is neither APC nor PDP. They are just formidable because they are the ones who practice politicking. So what they need now is someone who can bring the floaters party on board. Those are the youth that you mentioned earlier, sir.
Yes.
Those don't vote. That's why you see in Lagos, you have 4-point-something registered voters, but on the day of election, hardly will you find 1 million people. Because these people don't find anybody whose message resonates with them, whose face is familiar to them. It's the same people that by 2023, Atiku would have been contesting for 30 years. I love him. He's a businessman. Amongst all of them, he has been able to run his own business successfully. But the young ones are going to question that, so are we going to leave Buhari at 80 or near 80 and go to another man who is about 80? I think those questions will be asked. Some of the other people, I don't think they have that kind of national platform and appeal. As a matter of fact, the reason why I believe PDP has a good chance is that if you look at it, anyone who can pick a good candidate from the South will definitely win. Contrary to the boastfulness of some northern politicians who keep boasting that, only the North can win. They will never get anybody as popular as Buhari in the North in a long time to come. Buhari contested 3 times, and twice he was defeated by Southerners. First by Obasanjo and later by Jonathan. Because they are catchment area usually is between northwest and northeast. North central right now, that's the swing region. With the killings going on there, in Plateau, in Benue, then some parts of Nasarawa, some parts of Taraba, it's going to be difficult for them to have a monolithic north like it used to be. So the South runner that is needed is someone who will be acceptable. If it's an Igbo man, that the South will support and Southwest will support. If it's a Southwest man, must be someone that South and South. That's the way. If you don't have that unified South, then there will be problem. But I can tell you that I can identify people in the South today who, if they get the ticket of PDP, they will beat APC. And if it is APC, okay, I believe that grudgingly, it is possible that APC, if they see enough fire and failure stares them in the face, they might reluctantly agree to a Southerner. That's part of the rumor that they want President Jonathan to come over to APC because he has only one mandatory term that he can spend of 4 years. So that's the permutation. But whether it will succumb eventually to pressure, as of today, I'm close to some of these guys. I am not sure that he has that kind of audacity to move to it, because what will happen to him will be like what happened when my friend and brother Femi Fadikao, they moved recently. Me, I'm a Democrat. If you move now, but a lot of Nigerians today are angry and bitter, and I know that is one of the reasons why it is difficult for President Jonathan to cross over for now. But maybe eventually he will fall for it. I don't know. So for now, I'm looking at the party tickets. That is when we can now talk about general elections. We have not reached the general election.
Thank you very much, Chief. That's a fantastic analysis of real politics rather than idealism. And it also raises a lot of issues. One, if someone like you has spoken this way, then it only shows that we are not close to breaking this the genes of this the cycle of recycling of status quo perpetuators, or neither is the potential for a revolutionary change close by. But are you aware, Chief Momodu, that the fact that the likes of yourself, Olisa Ogbakoba, Patu Tomi, Kingsley Moalu, now unfortunately dead, Obadiah Milafia in one breath, and Omar Iyele Sowore, the fact that you people are not, as prospective new generation politicians, have really not significantly created momentum that are threatening to upstage the entrenched and perpetually recycled political class and their crony, has been a disincentive for some new people, who new generation perspective, from wanting to launch. Because if you are not succeeding, what's the chance they will? But have you observed the way I'm observing the new political narrative and dynamics that the likes of Julius Malema of South Africa and Bobby Wine in Uganda, who have become symbols of viable opposition, challenging self-centered and status quo perpetuating politicians that have kept their countries in a vicious cycle. And given the ideology character of the Nigerian democratic politics, how is your core of new generation leaders that the youths resonate better with, open to change the Nigerian political narrative away from the context of the stomach infrastructure and the politics of the belly, all the ethnic parochialism, to emancipatory politics that pose real challenge to bad politics and bad leaders?
Thank you, sir. Let me quickly mention the case of Malema that you mentioned in South Africa and Bobby Wine in Uganda. I know a bit about both of them recently. And the situation in South Africa, for example, is very different from the situation in Nigeria. In South Africa, Malema knows that he's not likely to become president on his own platform. That's why I've been advising our people. The reason why we're not making any appreciable impact is because we're not serious yet. Nigerians still think that politics is a game of saints and sinners. It's saints versus sinners. No. Leadership, I said earlier, is about managing people and resources. There is no country that is governed by a saint. Otherwise, Donald Trump would never have become the president of the United States. In 2011, I had a similar affliction, because it's an affliction of Nigeria, where people think, and that's what led us to Buhari anyway, that a leader must be a saint. And Buhari was able to portray the image of a saint. And so we fell for it. Look, sir, politics is a game of numbers. You are not going to import saints and angels to vote from you from heaven. I told my good friend Donald Duke, who was my own favorite in 2019. I told him, he came, we sat down, we discussed for several hours. I told him, don't leave PDP. He said, no, there's a third force. He's going to SDP. I'm not sure if he ever arrived there before they dealt with him. Even Omoyele Sowore in his party, by the time he got there, some people were already giving him headache. In my own party, in National Conscience Party, I was a bit luckier, because a few days to our primaries, you will not believe it, a guy joined the party and declared presidential interest immediately. And on the morning of the primary, some people were going from room to room trying to bribe the delegates, while I had sent 2 copies of Ovation to each of the rooms for them to read. I had no money to give to anybody, but we were lucky. I got the ticket. But of course, we did not have the structure. It's about structure. Buhari would never have become the president of Nigeria if he did not have the likes of Rotimi Amechi, Bola Tinubu, Bukola Saraki, Atiku Abubakar, who combined. A man who said it openly that he didn't even have money to obtain a nomination form. Let me tell you, sir, you must appoint agents in every polling booth all over Nigeria. Do you know how much that comes to? It comes to about 2 million naira. Which of our small parties can raise even 1 billion? You understand? So it's about structures. So the day we will begin to make impact, and it has started. Shehu Sani, Senator Shehu Sani, my good friend from Kaduna, called me 2 weeks ago to thank me that it was the articles I wrote that encouraged him and gave him the courage to dump his party. I think he was in PRP and he's now in PDP. He was so excited about it. And that is what others like us need to do. We must find the courage, whether we're contesting or not. The first thing we must do, and people will know we're serious, is if you are picked from a mainstream party. Chief Abubakar joined SDP 2 months to the primaries in 1993, end of January. By March, we were in Jos for the primaries. And the chairman of the party, Alhaji Babagana Kingibe, was also a contestant. And most of the SDP governors were supporting Babagana Kingibe. But what did Abiola do? Abiola used his common sense as a businessman, used his humongous popularity, and used his well-known philanthropy to defeat Kingibe, the chairman of the party. Atiku also participated in that race, and they had to negotiate with his godfather, Major General Shehu Musa Yar'Adua, for him to step down and cabinet. So it's the same template. That's why I'm saying the stage we are now is how do we find someone who can pick the ticket of APC, PDP, and they would not be hardcore politicians. Politicians can never change their ways. They are used to buying people. And the moment you pick candidates who are politicians again, then it's going to be a game of who has more money to spend. Oh, yes, that's what we have to. But the moment, if you have, let's say you have a Dele Momodu in PDP, you have a Omoyele Sowore in APC, then you know that both of us, Omoyele is an American, he's sending dollars, he has more money than me. So I'm a politician, but we will be able to at least even the scores. But the moment you bring these so-called big wigs who have been in politics forever, they have more than enough reservoir of money. It's going to be difficult. Nothing is going to change. For me, so let's Donald Dukes. Unfortunately, our brother Obadiah died just about 3 days after I spoke to him. He searched for me, sent me a message. I didn't see that message until a few days before his death. And I called him hurriedly. He spoke. We agreed to meet. The next thing I heard was he was gone. That was a great man. And the advice I was going to give him is, look, just if you are going to play national politics, you can't play at the level you were playing. Yesterday, I wasn't very, very comfortable when I read that my friend Kingsley Moghalu has gone to ADC. If we go to ADC, maybe they have already promised him ticket, but where are the structures? He has told me repeatedly that, oh, he can do it. He feels he is popular enough. But I know for a fact. Some people will give you the example of Emmanuel Macron in France. I tell them that happens once in a blue moon. It's not a fly in Nigeria. It is in Nigeria, for them, politics is a game of entrenched interest. And I will give one example before I stop. In 1998, I was supporting Chief Olufalaye against Chief Olusegun Obasanjo because me, I'm very idealistic about politics. I believe things done properly. I believe that why should the military leader come back as a civilian and say he's a civilian president? So I supported Chief Olufalaye, and I suggested to Chief Olufalaye that, look, sir, if you are going to pick a running mate from the north, please look for someone who has sound academic record. He asked me like who? I said Dr. Rinwan Lukman. I gave the example of Dr. Rinwan Lukman, who was at OPEC in Vienna. And I went on my own to go and look for Dr. Rinwan Lukman in OPEC. And we met at the hotel in the evening. And I told him my mission, that I had suggested his name to Chief Olufalaye. And he told me, he said, Dele, he said, unfortunately, I can't do it. I said, why not? Are you not excited being vice president of a country as big as Nigeria? He said, it's not about the excitement or lack of it. He said, it's about the owners of Nigeria. The lesson I want people to draw from it is that today, it is almost impossible to get some tickets in Nigeria if the owners don't get involved. I said, the owners, he gave me some names, and they are still around till now. You see, they determine what will happen. He said they've already settled for Obasanjo, and there is nothing Chief Olufalaye can do. And that's exactly what happened.
Thank you, Chief. Now, what you have painted so far, reduces Nigeria to some kind of complexity. And in my writings, I have adopted many times the characterization by Winston Churchill of Russia as a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma to describe the complexity of the Nigerian condition. And of course, there are so many theories, many viable hypotheses, some conspiracy theories regarding what is Nigeria and how Nigeria might be salvaged. For you, Chief Dele Momodu, what are those issues, problematics, or questions at the heart of the Nigerian fixation that are central to your reading of the Nigerian condition? And what do you think it will take to fix Nigeria? If you will, you might want to also include your take on the whole conversation around restructuring, self-determination, and the whole notion about leadership being the key issue for fixing Nigeria.
Sir, the key areas that we must look at is the issue of money politics. Money politics is number one. In fact, money is a leveler. And in Nigeria, it has become a crime and a sin to be poor. You see even the poor oppressing the poor, unfortunately. So in politics, it's all about money. Until we begin to have politicians whose lives will not depend on the public thought, it's difficult to change the way people behave in their rascally manner. Of course, ethnicity and religion sometimes work hand in hand. Both of them are tools in the hands of politicians in order to acquire power and money. Yeah, that's the reality. So you and I can sit down here and talk from now till kingdom come about changing Nigeria. That's why everything I will say on this platform today will be practical. At 61, I've participated in politics since 1982 when I was 22. I've worked with the movers and shakers in Nigeria from then till now, from Chief Akemoburiwo in Ondo State to Oba Okadeshijuade Olubushi II, to Chief Moshood Abiola, to Dr. Mike Adenuga, to the others, Aliko Dangote, even today. I have worked virtually in one capacity or the other with these people. So I know that there are three layers that a potential presidential candidate must appeal to. I don't want to use the word appeasement. It's more of an appeasement, but I will say appeal to, so that I can let me be very decorous about it. And who are these platforms? You have the army generals. Army generals, they are very important. You have the Obasanjos, you have the Babangidas, the Salami Abubakars, the Ushishis, the Aliyu Bozos. They are very, anybody can dismiss them as nobody. You'll be wasting your time. They hold the country together today. And when their interests are affected, you will see that they will all rise up together. Then you have the traditional platforms, from the Sultan to the Emirs, and then when you come down south to the Onis, the Alafis, the traditional institutions are very key. You must appeal to them. Then you have the business. Yes, you have the business community. You must be ready to appeal to the Dangote, the Adenugas, the Lumelus, the Otedolas, the Absababius, the Seyu Dantatas, all of them. You must be able to, Jimovias, they are there. They hold the economy. In fact, between 10 of them, Herbert Wigways, Ike Mukwidis, Atedo Peterside, between 10 of them, nothing must happen. The economy will collapse completely. So those are the three layers. So when you say you are a candidate, and I tell my friend Showore that yes, it's good to talk about revolutions. If you have the capacity for it, why not? But I am talking about normal democracy, normal, partisan democracy. If you are talking military or use of force or whatever, I don't know anything about it. I'm not a military expert. Those are the three platforms before it now comes to the masses. So the masses don't determine what happens. Those guys, they have their different cells everywhere that they also send the crumbs to.
Yeah.
And they say a man who is down He's done. Nothing, no fault you can affect him again. So, and that's why a lot of the people at the lowest level don't have the education. Because education is what would have opened their eyes to reality that, oh, we are being manipulated by our leaders.
Yeah.
Without the masses, those leaders will not survive. So they also have a way of reaching out to those people.
Okay. Yes.
Professor Olaopa, let me.
Can I? Okay.
Please, one more. Your last question, sir.
Okay, sir. Now this will be my last question.
Yes, sir.
One of the lessons I got from my mentor, the late Professor Detribalized, was that when he was counseling me in the presidency, was that I should determine my leverage points. What would be my entry point for contributing to Nigeria's future? And that, like the scouts, I must always be ready, i.e. at the level of ideas, at the level of. So I presume that for the likes of you to ever think of entering politics at all, even if it's still a little marginal, you must have your sense of what to. I just want to play the devil's advocate. If by any chance some dynamic play out, and you find that your collective, the like minds, like you just find themselves that power got thrown into your hand to fix Nigeria, how would you like the transformation journey to proceed?
Yes, I've always told people I'm a very, very,
okay.
Yes, I'm very, very good in history, world history. And I can tell you, sir, that leadership is not rocket science. I've interacted with many African presidents and I've met world leaders. And nobody can tell me that Donald Trump, that anything prepared him for politics. He just used his businessman sense. That's what he used. He just didn't know where to draw the lines. I believe that is what his problem was. But beyond that, he had ideas about what to do and the courage to execute them. In Nigeria, you have people who have ideas, but lack the courage to execute those ideas. That is why I said, look, let's stop doing business with career politicians, because career politicians only have like the one-way traffic. They face one direction. Let's do it the way they've always done it to. Don't let's rock the boat to. But a businessman will come. Does this thing make sense? This pen last year was selling for 10 naira. Now it's selling for 30 naira. A businessman will ask what is responsible. A businessman will ask, instead of selling this thing in 30 naira, so why don't I make it 15 and then increase the volume of business? Politicians don't think about that. They don't change anything. See, now they are just borrowing money in Nigeria. So when you borrow money and you are not asking, what are you spending the money on? If you are borrowing money to fix infrastructure, if you are borrowing money to fix agriculture, if you are borrowing money to fund education, if you are borrowing money to build new hospitals, then it will make sense. And they will tell you, why shouldn't we borrow? Even America has borrowed, but we can see what America has done with what they borrow. When you borrow money for politicians to share, then it's madness. And you are postponing doomsday. So one of the things I will fix, first and foremost, and Obasanjo was able to achieve it in his first time. You could see that there was a time they were able to write off our debts and everything before we started reacquiring them. As a leader, number one, I will stabilize the unity of Nigeria. That one is I can't compromise it. Because for as long as we keep having problems there and there, And it's quite easy. Abiola did it. In Concord newspapers, in his businesses, he did it. I'm doing it in Ovation. The Ovation Palliative, I'm giving money to people. It doesn't matter where they come from. We are all Nigerians. You understand? The moment you have a leader with that kind of mindset, you will see that everything. When Buhari came in 2015, and people thought this was a different Buhari, everything calmed down. Even in London, a cab driver congratulated and said, I hear you now have a good president. I said, I hope so. It's too early to judge. But the moment we started seeing that everything is all about my people, my people, my people. So as a leader, I will fix that. Number two, we will bring people on merit. I know constitutionally, you must go and pick members of your cabinet from each of the states of the federal. That's okay. I will tell the people who will give me their candidates, this is my requirement. Yeah, that is as simple. I'm not saying don't bring people,
Your people.
but these are my requirements. At Ovation, if I'm going to employ anybody, every day friends come to me and say, help me employ my son, help me employ my son. I say, even my own son is not employed in Ovation. They go to do jobs elsewhere. Yeah. Until they are capable, guys, you won't find any Momodu working in Ovation. Unlike in those days, when your son graduates immediately, he becomes MD. From which experience? So my son, who is a journalist today, is working for other organizations globally. When he has acquired experience, then he has to come and queue innovation. He cannot just become MD. And I will chase away those who have worked with us for 20 years. That's what is happening in Nigeria. You see a president, once he gets there, he will fire everybody so that he can bring his own people. They will not consider how much Nigeria has spent on those people. These are some of the issues. Yeah. Then we must declare a state of emergency on infrastructure. The state of our infrastructure is unacceptable. So how are you going to do it? It's very easy. As I said, in 2001, we were invited by the United Arab Emirates. And that project was even funded by the British State Partners to market Dubai to Africa. At that time, only traders used to go to Dubai. All they did was to liberalize their economy, make sure that the investors can come, give them incentives, provide good security, energize their police. If you go to any hotel in Dubai today, you know that you are being watched immediately. So, but when you have stark illiterates as police, so they are collecting money and they are shooting people, the NSAS, that's what led to NSAS and all these things. You must train the police. You must remove the army from the street. There is no democracy where the army is as dominant as they are in Nigeria. If your police cannot tackle anything, your special fraud unit cannot tackle it, your CID cannot tackle it, your EFCC, your ICPC, we have too many duplications in Nigeria. And every day we create more. Now we're using army as guard. In a democracy, those things must stop. Encourage the employment of more police officers, well-trained at the highest level. Because without security, again, all these things we're talking about will not. I mentioned vocational studies earlier on. Nigeria can generate enough if we have good artisans. Nigerians are building houses every day. But if you want to do a POP, you have to run to Cotonou or Ghana for people to come and do your POP. That's one of the things that Muhammad did in Ghana. I witnessed it. Okay? On the issue of corruption, I will give the example of Muhammad again. He said his policy is never tempt a thief. We tempt thieves when they have access to cash. So we must de-emphasize cash payments in all government agencies. Once a leader cannot have access to cash, it becomes more difficult for them to do the kind of things that we do in Nigeria. All these things are there. I have the template already. In 2011, I started from the Labour Party. My idea was to galvanize the workers of Nigeria into a workers' party, like we have the British Labour Party, so that it's possible for us to deduct, subscription from each of the workers. You see, all this money that we now have to go and beg billionaires come and give me money to come would have been unnecessary if we had a strong workers' party. So the workers can agree that, look, we want Nigeria to change. We will be able to pay minimum wage. We will be able to do everything for you. All you need is just contribute 1,000 every month by direct debit from your salaries. Imagine how many billions you'll be able to raise in Nigeria. But unfortunately, my people did not cooperate with me. I came to London, I linked up with the British Labour Party. They were going to help us with policy formations in the area of agriculture, transport, education. My people said they were not ready. And that was how that dream died. So
thank you very much.
But
thank you very much, Professor Laukpa. We're very grateful.
Thank you very much, sir.
Once again, let me thank all our various platforms. To repeat, we use this Zoom to stream to other platforms. The Fire Report, we have 2.8 million people watching this program as I'm speaking. We do not know the number from the Ovation because we are not connected to obtaining figures from them. The last segment by Professor Laukpa, 2.8 million, saw that segment. Thank you very much. Next week, Saturday, we're going to talk about Yoruba language, Musa Adedayo. And he'll be interviewed by Professor Tunde Akinyemi, the chair of languages, literature, University of Florida, Professor Akinloye Ojo of University of Georgia, Athens, and the Provost Graduate School, University of Ibadan, Professor Arinpe Adejuma. We'll talk about languages, the fear of some African languages being endangered. How do we encourage the use of indigenous languages and things like that? And the week after, the Alaafin of Oyo will be our guest. We will talk about traditional institution, chieftaincy, the Oyo Empire, and issues arising from politics. Thank you. The figure has been revised. Another platform sent us our figure. We are now at 3.1. So we don't have the figures from Alaroye Television. We don't have figures from Mainframe, but this may end up becoming 5 million viewers by the time we finish. I want to call on the last but not the least person, Dr. Ruben Abati. Ruben Abati is not a stranger to all of you. He was one of the principal figures in the Jonathan administration. Jonathan has been mentioned here so many times. And he's a very prominent editor working for The Guardian. He has his own television station. He used to be, like me, a lecturer, is on the fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Letters and things like that. So he does not actually require an introduction. And he also ran to become the deputy governor of Ogun State, which he didn't make. I do not know whether he's going to run again. Welcome, Dr. Ruben Abati. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you for inviting me. Well, I mean, I'm not taking us back, but I would like to piggyback on the point raised earlier by Professor Adeko. Chief Dele Momodu, you always talk about access journalism. You have written, you have spoken about the centerpiece of journalism being about access. But how do you strike a balance as you know, a professional who is supposed to be neutral and who is supposed to maintain a certain distance, aesthetic maybe, between what you do as a professional journalist and your association with the subjects that you study and that you know, write about? In other words, how do you draw the line between professionalism, access journalism, or what some people refer to as celebrity journalism, so that you don't find yourself in the kind of situation whereby people say, oh, this is praise singing rather than critical journalism?
Thank you, my very dear friend and brother, Dr. Ruben Abati, PhD, as I like to call him in full. It's a good question. I've answered it so many times, so if I close my eyes, I will answer it again. Access journalism is different from what people like you call serious journalism. Ours is entertainment. So we are not caught up in the bolekaja journalism that some of you have to practice. We are not going to go into State House today to take press releases, for example, publish, and then tomorrow we start writing something else. So we don't have any contradiction. We're largely pictorial. And you, I mean, you have been a part, you've done a lot of work with us in the past. And you remember, at least for about 5 years or thereabout, that you worked with President Jonathan. Did you ever see me come and I'm not putting you on the spot, and I want you to be truthful, be as truthful as you can. Did you ever see Ovation come into government house to come and lobby for anything or beg for anything? Or when journalists were being arrested after your boss lost power, did you see us feature in that kind of thing? It'd be nice for you to speak to that. So you will know that what we practice is simply entertainment journalism. When your boss, the daughter, got married, we were asked by someone else, a friend of the family, to come and cover, take pictures, and show the album to the world. That's why people call Ovation a photo album. In fact, Fumi Yoda, a journalist, someone that I respect so much, once described Ovation as Instagram before Instagram. Because maybe if we were smarter and we were technology savvy, maybe we would have started Instagram before the people who now have Instagram. But we're very proud for 25 years, we provided maximum entertainment for Africans. The content of Ovation, I've said it, is less than 10% government people. We don't get crash. We don't go to where we're not invited. We go there, we take pictures, and we go home, and we make sure it looks beautiful. That's not praise singing. You will not say anywhere, you can't quote anywhere and say, Dele said, this is the best one, when indeed the man is a rogue. You won't see that innovation. We don't do editorials. That's why I said, when people talk about praise singing, I don't know where they get the idea from. It's just pictures. When you build your house, your next house, by the grace of God, you call me to housewarming, we will publish it. That's not praise singing. It's what you have achieved. My duty is to publish your house. The duty of 10 or the news or Sahara reporters is to prove where you got the money from. They are different genres.
Okay, well, let's talk about social media. There is a lot of concern that we may witness one of us reach the death of the newspaper by the year 2030. And you are very active in all the genres. You do magazine, you do the newspaper, you do the social media. In fact, sometimes people criticize you. Now, why are you so obsessed with the social media, which is a platform for younger people? And that perhaps, you know, maybe social media should be regulated because of the level of involvement that people like you, you know, devote to it. What's your take on that?
Well, I would say God gave me the wisdom to quickly upgrade my art to social media. That's one thing I gained after I contested presidential election in 2011. I was able to set up social media platforms through Bankole Omishore in the US and Imai Godinamaise, who was my campaign coordinator. Brilliant guys, you know. So by the time I took over from them in 2012, after I lost the election, they were handling my social media platforms. I had 13,000 followers on Twitter, for example. Today I have 1.6 million. Why? Because I have a master's degree in literature, in English. You know, Twitter has a lot to do with your use of language. So I'm able to provide content. And Instagram is about pictures. Ovation supplies me pictures. Facebook is a bit political. So I'm able to maintain a balance between the three platforms. Now there are other, you know, platforms arising from them. You have Spaces from Twitter. On iPhone now, you have the Clubhouse, and so on and so forth. So I'm able to use all of them effectively. And I can tell you that it will be difficult for any media organization to survive today if you are not strong on social media platforms. Before, I needed to pay NTA or AIT or Silverbird or channels for me to air Ovation TV. You know, we do a 1 hour program. We used to do a 1 hour program where we would do 5 to 10 minute segment per wedding, per birthday, per funeral. Now, Instagram suddenly came and gave me the same platform for free. I'm able to post 15 minutes at a go. And if I break into parts, I can post as many as I want, and I'll be able to make money from it. I don't have to go and pay any television. And my viewers are able to watch instantly from Australia, you know, to wherever. So things are changing. You must move with the times. When people ask me what's the secret of Ovation, it's my ability at 61. I do everything that a 16, 18-year-old can do now. If you are blogging, I'm blogging. If you are on Twitter, I'm ready. If you're on Facebook, I'm there. If you're on Instagram, I'm there. So for me, it's the beauty of it. But the old established money, they still want their traditional magazines. We print it for them. We print it. So it's just that more and more younger people prefer the online version. And I'm able to distribute that via WhatsApp. I mean, the one they did on me was, I think, about 434 pages for my 60th birthday last year. Ovation decided to spoil me by giving their chairman a treat of 134. We distributed it via WhatsApp. Tomorrow, I may decide to go and print it, no problem. But because it's mine, I decided, okay, let me just send it to all my friends. And trust me, it has become more effective. I read The Guardian, I read This Day and everything online. I don't have to go and buy on the street. And I distribute it to my column now. As soon as we finish production, after 2 a.m. every Saturday morning, we start spreading it. Yemi Adebowale will send, and we'll send it out. So it's not a minus. But I don't think this will totally endanger the print media. I don't think so. Because a lot of people still want to hold their paper.
Okay, but do you think that the social media should be regulated, given the kind of reactions we have seen in some other jurisdictions? Nigeria, the government recently suspended Twitter operations in Nigeria. In India, earlier in the year, the government came up with specific regulations. And there are people who believe that the social media is not necessarily a force for good.
Let me put it this way. Every business is already regulated. Every business, there are do's and don'ts. Globally, there are things you cannot do. Once you register a business, they will tell you the things you can do, the things you cannot do. But we should not allow extremist regimes to regulate social media because their motive is different. If the motive is professional, yes, but it's always difficult drawing the line between professional regulations and dictatorial censorship. And that is, and Nigeria unfortunately falls under that category of extremist regimes, where one man can say Twitter offended me, and all of us were yanked off Twitter. Pronto. For me, it is sheer wickedness, because I was not there when Buhari was signed on Twitter. So any fight, physical or metaphysical, between Buhari and Twitter is none of my business. I'm running my business with Twitter. And why should I lose my business? Why should millions of Nigerians lose their business because of one man? To me, that is the danger of allowing extremist regimes to get away with such murder. I'm surprised that we should even be discussing it. There's nothing to discuss. We are unfortunate as a country that one man can tell me not to do my business because someone has offended me. That's how I choose to interpret it. It's unfortunate.
Well, you've been in this media space for decades, first as a university student and later as editor, reporter, and all of that. And you've had to engage other media systems, the British media system, the Ghanaian media system, even in Francophone West Africa, then our own media system here in Nigeria. What are some of the lessons you have learned? What are some of the challenges that you have observed, particularly from a comparative sense?
Well, I would say some of these countries have been okay. The French, I won't say they are good examples for us, because they also tend to parade a lot of extremist regimes, and they are intolerant of the free press. But Ghana, I think they have been very, very vocal, especially on radio. Ghana is very, very, very strong on radio. Their newspapers are not as strong as in Nigeria. It's very difficult. It's only recently that we started hearing of journalists being attacked in Ghana. But even at that, you can't compare it to the level of impunity in our own country. What I've also realized that a lot of them are very well educated. Their school of journalism is very strong. They make sure that they go for professional training. I think Nigeria is not doing a lot of that. A lot of people write very bad scripts and riddled with errors. I think we need to do something about our professionalism. And now, and that's where a lot of people point fingers at social media, that a lot of our people nowadays, anybody who wants a smartphone is a journalist. So, and you can't do anything. A man can hide in his village. You don't even know who he is. No picture on his page, nothing, no name. He will just use one name. He can call himself Lion Arts, whatever, and he's a journalist. And he'll be blackmailing people and collecting money. So it's unfortunate. I think that is why government is trying to also use that excuse to penetrate us and deal ruthlessly with us. But as I said, when we begin to have good leaders who understand that you can use social media for positive reasons and encourage more people to do so, then things will begin to improve.
Well, you are a role model to many young Nigerian journalists, and I guess across West Africa. But in terms of your style, you have chieftaincy titles from everywhere. Liberia, Sierra Leone, Ghana, every part of Nigeria. What is the attraction? Is that part of journalism, or is that part of celebrity journalism? Is that something you would recommend to those who look up to you, to emulate?
Well, anybody can choose to emulate anybody, but it's not everybody can achieve what you have achieved. Chieftaincy titles are not sold to journalists like me at a penny. They are just ways of saying thank you for making us happy. We have united Africa via Ovation. People now know those names. Before I started living in Ghana, for example, there was not a single Nigerian bank. In fact, once you mention Nigeria in Ghana, it was either you are doing drugs or you are doing 419 and things like that, or you are doing ritual money. But when we came and we started showing the Dangotes, the Adenugas and all that, today Ghana is bustling and thriving from Nigerian businesses. There must be about 6, 7 Nigerian banks in Ghana. So we've contributed positively to the growth and development of Africa. Dangote has its offices now in about 14 African countries. Wherever it's opening a new plant in Ethiopia, in Zambia, in Tanzania, they will call on me and Vision to fly with them, go there, and then we show them in beautiful pictures, beautiful colors. Even in Ghana, you know what we did when President Muhammad was in government. He was building a new airport. Ghanaians were saying it's a lie, it's not true. Ovation will come and show that this is the true picture. So for us, it's been positive. It's not just about entertaining the people. We're also making sure that Africans know themselves. Today, Nigerians know of a man called Alhaji Asuma Banda, a shipping magnate, in Ghana. The same way that Nigerians now know of Mrs. Edwina Banda or Auntie Gloria Battels, and all those big people in Ghana. So for us, it is a way of introducing us to ourselves. Before, we had to wait for news from abroad, and more often than not, the news was always negative about Africa. But we have been able to demonstrate that Africa is not synonymous with wars, with diseases, with famine, and so on. And now people regard us as the halo of Africa. I remember when I met Her Majesty the Queen in 2003 at Riyadh before then, because Buckingham Palace chose 2 publications in Nigeria for the visit of the Queen to Abuja, This Day and Ovation, and I dreamt of it, I rehearsed it, and I stood in front of her and I said, I arrived London as a refugee in 1995, but today I'm proud to tell Her Majesty that I published what is regarded as the halo of Africa, because that is the royal magazine. Yeah, that is what we tried to fashion Ovation after. And she looked impressed and smiled and said, congratulations, and walked, to the next person. So for me, without being boastful, I would say in 25 years, we've caused a journalistic revolution in Africa. In fact, even newspapers such as yours now, everybody wants to have an Ovation-like magazine as insert. If you look at this day style, that's an Ovation look-alike. If you look at Aleo from the Vanguard, that's an Ovation style. I'm sure Guardian also has one. I can't remember the name of the insert. So everybody is doing insert. Even Punch now, they have their entertainment and lifestyle. They are very heavy on it. So for me, it's a very good development for Africa.
Okay, Chief Dele Momodu, the media industry in Nigeria is a product of a tradition for print. It dates back to 1859 from Abeokuta, Iweroyin, and all of that. If you look through that tradition and when your generation came into the space, who will you say are the heroes that you look up to? Those who have inspired you, those who have, served as role models for you, particularly in terms of your style and your projections for the future?
There are so many. Growing up, Dele Giwa was my hero because we grew up in the same compound in Ife, Atiba Square, opposite the palace. His father used to work in the palace for Oni Adesoji Tadeniawu Aderemi. And then my mother also had a shop, a beer parlor, just across the Atiba roundabout. So I heard so much about him. I never met him. He won't believe it. We never met at all. And if I produced 3 Deles, at that time, you had Dele Giwa, you had Dele Lojede, and then I came, and then there was also Dele Agikabe, God bless his soul. So that actually makes 4 Dele, from Ife at that time. So I looked, Newswatch was thriving around the time I left the university in 1983, 84. I think they started 84, So Then, of course, in the Guardian, you had the masters, the Dr. Latuji Dare, Stanley McCabe's, the Matunabu's, and the Aporugo's, and then, of course, in those days, in Daily Times, you also had Chief Olusegun Oshoba. Yeah, I mean, I will call him my all-time hero when it comes to reporting, because his audacity was just incredible. When I arrived in Lagos in 1988 to start my job at Concord, Chief Episode of the had released an album in praise of Chief Segun Oshoba. So that's why when people say I'm a chief, there were chiefs before me. You had Chief Segun Oshoba, Akinro Guni Jebu, all those people around him. He had his own coterie of friends. They were moving together, and I loved them. Of course, Mr. Felix Adenaike, Chief Peter Ajayi, Mr. Fulu Olamiti, who was my direct boss at Sunday Tribune, when I was writing a column for the Sunday Tribune. Of course, Amalgam in the Guardian. Onuka Badinoyoju, who actually introduced me to the Concord, God bless his soul. Sonala Olumese. I have so many of them. Look back then, in his 20s, he was doing things that even his elders could not try, So Larry Dogu, and the rest of them, they did great things, and I wanted to be like them. Tunji Ladman Jr. I used to read Audio Fame. Of course, my brother, you started writing in the hymns, and boom, you moved to the Guardian, Dr. Ruben Abati, PhD, So, of course, my boss at Concord newspaper, Mr. Mike Awuyifa, that was the man I would say actually got me addicted to celebrity journalism. I was writing crazy stories in Weekend Concord. Of course, my late boss, Nelly Ezekiel. Oh my God. I mean, these were the authentic superstars of journalism. You had Musai Diebo, you had Onomel Sifo Whiskey in 10, you have Okudari Babarin Sarah, you had Dele Momodu. I can go on ad infinitum, These were great guys. And so I came from Ife, and I just wanted to be a superstar writer. And I thank God. Okuduri Onobule, Shima Dedipe, Dede Alake, Shegun Babatope, Tuji Bello, everybody, Isika Kesen, Tom Bora, MCT Ajuluchuku, we had so many people, Rose Moran, we had so many of them in those days, and Taiwo Obe, everybody. Journalism was very, very, very vibrant, and I'm grateful to God that I was able, of course, Chief Drew Onobule. So when you're talking about chiefs again, I wish I could have time to, I would give them all their names from my head.
Now, what are your thoughts about the factor of ownership, specifically in the Nigerian media? There's this perception now that the media has been overtaken by owners who are just trying to use the media as a platform to climb in society, to get an oil block, or to promote their political interests. And because of that, there are persons who are a bit uncomfortable with the media landscape in Nigeria, whereby anybody can just push any kind of envelope. As a media owner yourself, is this something that we just have to live with? And is that the best practice in other parts of the world in terms of how there can be a reduction in terms of professional standards, and he who pays the piper can just dictate any tune at all, particularly as there isn't any strong regulation?
Yeah, I think we tend to express the worst about ourselves in Nigeria. Sometimes, it can only happen in Nigeria. It happens everywhere. In this London today, we know the ownership structure of the Sky News, of the Sun, of the Mirror, of the Guardian, of the Daily Independent, and so on and so forth. And they all have specific interests. In fact, Rupert Murdoch has been accused so many times of interfering in the political and economic systems wherever his media organization operates. even from its original country in Australia. So the media is not always as objective. Yeah, the ideal that they teach you in journalism school is that the media should be objective. But would you say, in all sense of fairness, that media has been as objective as portrayed in textbooks? No. In America, if you are watching Fox News and you are watching CNN, you will not believe that both of them are in America. You are watching ABC, you are watching CNN. Everybody knows the direction of Fox News at all times. Pro Donald Trump. CNN, more liberal, but anti-Donald Trump. It's the same thing in Nigeria. And we didn't just start media in Nigeria today. Chief used the Tribune effectively. Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, the West African pilot, he was involved. Chief Emmanuel Iwanyawu, the Champion newspapers. Dr. Oji Uzokadu, the Sun newspapers. The Guardian newspaper was more liberal because of the nature of Mr. Alex Ibu. You know, he was more intellectual and he populated the place with intellectuals, you know, Dr. Gumbi and the rest of them, Olatuji Dare and all the people I mentioned earlier. So the Concord, of course, was used effectively by Chieftaincy Abiola to further his own political and, if possible, business interest. It's normal. It's normal. Every human being will protect his own interest. And that's why I always tell people that a lot of people expect the media to be the Lamb of God who takes away the sins of the earth. No, they are human beings. Journalists are not masquerades from heaven. We're not ancestors. We are human beings. And we're also affected by our society. We are influenced by our society. But it's for you to now manage that power. Because absolute power, they say, corrupt absolutely. So we must manage that power. And no organization will survive for long if you are not able to manage that power effectively.
Well, earlier on, you said something about citizen journalists. That's what they're called. You complained about anybody who just...
I'm not hearing you, please.
The phone set, taking... I said earlier on, you complained about citizen journalism, about people who just have a phone and they become journalists, you know, by that fact. Do you have a problem with citizen journalism, considering the fact that citizen journalism has helped to even advance the cause of democratization, as you have seen in Poland, in Brazil, in other places?
No, I didn't complain about citizen journalism. I only mentioned that there is citizen journalism, that anybody, and so it's prone to abuse, just like any other thing. Too much freedom, nobody, you know, you don't even know who you are dealing with. So I only mentioned that as one of the areas that people tend to be uncomfortable with and why government may want to use that excuse to regulate social media. I don't have anything with it. As a matter of fact, I think I would appeal to our youth, and I've been appealing even tonight, that they should use it, you know, productively. Because when you use it to abuse, if abuse could kill, some of our leaders would have died long ago. You know, whereas let's use it to mobilize. Do you know how many followers, for example, that Davido controls on Instagram? Maybe over 10 million followers, if not even much more. You know, you have Toyin Abrahams and all those people having about 10 million followers. It's incredible, the power. There's no politician in Nigeria today who can say I've registered 10 million supporters. Where would they get it from? Whereas from the touch of my phone, I can reach 1.6 million direct people on Twitter right now, immediately. So the same thing on Instagram and everything. So citizen journalism should be practiced responsibly. Let's use it to affect the change that we all desire in our country. Abusing people, it makes no difference. These guys don't even watch anything. They are not on social media. They can't see it. So why are you throwing tantrums when nobody is going to hear you?
Okay, you ran for the presidency of Nigeria in, I think, 2011.
2011, yeah.
What are your plans this time around? There is a lot of debate in Nigeria about zoning, about where the president should come from. And a lot of people are talking about merit and competence, which means that perhaps maybe someone like you can have another shot at the presidency of Nigeria. So where do you stand with regard to all of that, all of those issues about zoning, rotation, and your own personal ambition?
Well, I won't call mine a personal ambition. I'll call it a mission. It's always been a mission. Ambition tends to encourage desperacy. I'm not desperate for anything. Like when Fela Kuti came to me the last time, he was contesting. I told him, don't ever beg your country because you want to serve. Present yourself. If your country truly needs you, then let them ask for you. If possible, let them crave for you. Chief Abiola left politics in 1981. He came back 12 years later, in 1993. By then, he had gone through a process that I call the process of preparation and readiness. In politics, you must go through that process. Preparation. I believe I've gone through that, and I believe I'm also ready now. If I decide I want to run, I left in 2011. By 2023, it will be 12 years, just like it happened to Abiola. And in 2023, it will be exactly 30 years since 1993. You understand? So if I decide, one of the lessons I've learned is I must declare for a mainstream political party. If I decide, I will tell you confidently that I'm under a lot of pressure, and a lot of people are talking to me, especially after Babangida granted that last interview. A lot of people came to me, some called my wife, oh, they are sure he must be referring to you, you are 61, he says somebody who knows everybody, we don't know anybody who knows more people than you, not just in Nigeria, but all over the world and all that. He said, I don't get easily carried away. So I have to really watch it. Yes, I accept some of the things, some of their sentiments, but I am not in a hurry. So, but I will consider it at the right time. I believe that it's very possible now. I believe I'm much more mature than I was in 2021, and I believe in 2011, and I believe by 2023, there is so much that we can give to a major political party if given the opportunity. The young ones who ordinarily would never have voted, I am guaranteed that they will come out to vote, because then they can see someone. You can see the way I relate to the young ones on social media. Even when some of them attack me, I come back to explain to them. I understand that their generation may not know our own generation. I have been the only politician that you will see who interacts with them very, very effectively. I interact well with them. I do a yearly show, the Ovation Carol, every December, in which we promote entertainment, we promote, fashion, we promote all this comedy and everything. And so that platform is right to be used for the betterment of Nigeria. Because what is the point? If you have a Don Jazzy, you have a whiskey, and tomorrow is going to be governed by stark illiterates. It's going to be governed by ethnic, champions. Then you and I become imperilled, we become endangered in the process because we don't have the right kind of leadership. Look at Banky W the other day. He tried his best. So we need to encourage more of such people to come out that, look, don't leave politics to career politicians, but you must operate from the right platforms because it begins from the right platform. So that is where we are. I believe that 2023 is just around the corner. In the next few months, things will begin to happen and it will be very interesting.
If you say, you rather join a major opposition party or a major political party, would that be either the All Progressives Congress or the People's Democratic Party? And why have you taken that decision? You consider the National Conscience Party too marginal for your...
If I will join a party today, I will definitely join the PDP. I believe that APC has been choked up by Buhari and his lackeys, and I doubt if anything good will come out of it. You can see if even Asiwaju, with all his support for them, is not able to make progress yet. I don't know, maybe tomorrow he might, but right now it's looking like his people are trying to edge him out. If the vice president, a man as brilliant, as cerebral as Professor Yemi Osinbajo, is not able to operate freely, I mean, whenever the president travels, you see how the man is able to handle Nigeria and manage things properly. And as soon as the president comes back, he fizzles out. So for me, I don't think that's a party that is ready for the kind of change that we can offer. I'm hoping that PDP, I'm not being overtly optimistic, but I believe that PDP right now is in the position to rescue itself from the jaws of death by going out to fish out and encourage young, detribalized, successful, cosmopolitan Nigerians. They have that chance because right now, all their leading candidates are people who have tried their best in their various capacities for Nigeria, from Atiku Abubakar to Aminu Tambuwa to Rabiu Kwankwaso to Bukola Saraki and the rest of them, you know. So I believe they have the chance for them to come together, let the leaders of PDP come together. But if they use selfishness to say, oh, one of our governors, only governors can run. Of course, there are good governors in PDP. You know, recently I did a lot of work in Rivers. I was very impressed with Yesom Wike. I mean, the work quality in Rivers. I was very impressed. They have them. But you see, politics must go beyond just the governors, the senators, the ministers. Let them look outside and look for those young, I mean, relatively young, who can speak the language of today. The leaders we have today, these young people out there are not going to listen to them. Once you do that, only a few people will come out to vote, and then the ruling party will use that excuse. I always tell people, oh, they're going to read. Oh, votes don't count. I give examples where votes are counted. Where you have a very popular candidate, it is impossible for you to read. It happened in Edo State. Do you think APC did not want to take Edo State with all the braggadocio? But because Edo people stood up, and you know, they said, I don't know be Lagos, I don't know be Lagos. That was their mantra. It was difficult for anybody to carry guns there. You will have to kill everybody in Edo for you to declare that result. So that's my theory, and PDP should learn from that. If you have popular candidates, nobody, it will be more difficult. But if they are just on the periphery, it's easy to manipulate. Very, very easy to manipulate.
Chief Momodu, just before we go, I asked you earlier about your thoughts on zoning, about rotational presidency, and all these arguments about whether it is the turn of the South or the turn of the North.
For me, definitely, it makes sense
that all of that argument can favor you.
It makes a lot of sense that you should come to the South. I already spoke about it maybe before you joined us. That from the time President Yar'Adua became president in 2007 to 2023, to be 16 years, and out of that 16 years, 2 presidents, both from Katsina, would have ruled for 11 years, and President Jonathan governed for only 5 years. So that for me, I mean, that balance is very obvious, that the balance is more towards the north, and then it's time for it to come down south. And it's also for southerners, because another problem in the south is that you now see the Igbo saying it must be Igbo, Yoruba saying it must be Yoruba, he just says it must be. The south, first of all, must agree that it must come down south. So let the south now negotiate among themselves, and if they are smart, APC is predominant in southwest. So let APC pick one. Then PDP is predominant in south, south, southeast. Fortunately, both of them are very close. You know, you have some Igbos in Delta. You understand, you have Ijaws in some areas. So let them come together and pick a candidate from the South, either from Edo, from Rivers, from Bayelsa, from Akwa Ibom, or wherever in that axis.
Okay, finally, Chief Momodu, finally, you talked about mission when I mentioned the word ambition. You've been involved in many areas of social and community life, and also, intellectual part of society. What would you say in terms of mission? That thing that you've been able to achieve, I know you are just 61, that brings you the highest level of fulfillment so far, that you even like to do more in that direction, because a man cannot do everything forever. If you want to put a fence around your mission, what would that fence, what will it look like?
Well, I would say the biggest for me has been the ability to virtually inherit that Abiola's template of not just making money for yourself, but spending it on others, on the needy, reaching out to Nigerians wherever they are, and not just people from your immediate community. That is very difficult, trust me. People you don't know reach out to you, I want to go to school. Sometimes my own school fees for my kids are due, and I will have to plead with the school in England, please give me some time while I'm dealing with some other people, because their needs are smaller to my own needs. For me, that is my biggest fulfillment. If you make money and you don't produce successors, and the successors are not necessarily your own biological children. I'm Abiola's son, but I'm not his biological child, So today, a lot of the members of the Abiola family sees me as one of them. And that for me is what I also want to replicate. The only way I can pay tribute to the memory of those who helped me is by helping others. And I believe in my own modest way, I've been doing that, and I will continue to do it.
Well, Professor Moderator, I'm done. Thank you for the opportunity, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ruben Abati, PhD. Thank you. Now we have to throw it open to members of the audience. You know what to do. You raise your hands. We call upon you. Kole Odutola, please. Go ahead, Kole Odutola. Unmute Kole Odutola. Go ahead, sir.
No,
Go ahead.
Okay, unmute. All right, good. Oh, well, thank you very much, Chief Dele Momodu, and also for Professor Toyin Falola, and the energy you have thrown into the service to maintain this. As one of the, I would say, academic followers of Chief Dele Momodu, in my mind's eye, I see you at the African Guardian coming with a bag in your shoulder and bouncing with Unduka Irabo offering you a job after the Thomas Paine story. And because you are a fantastic brand manager, you tend to downplay that role and its entry and your entry into the media space. I have listened to Chief Dele Momodu in different places, and at first between you and Tunde Aremu, you gave me the pride of being a Yoruba teacher in America. Because when I listen to you in Lagos and Radio Lagos, Prof, this man you're looking will recite Ifa verses like he's reciting Shakespeare. Wherever we sat, it was like, how can this man, with all his cosmopolitan nature, recite it? I mean, and he made it a point of duty. There was no interview he granted at that time that he would not just go into it. And the Vice Chancellor of University of Ife was one of his greatest models that he would mention to you. You could not interview a Dele Momodu without Chief Abimbola, Wande Abimbola coming in. But all through today, not even a trace of it. Once in a while, he drops it in. But let's leave that aside, because there's something Yorubaish. And the name Dele, for those of us who study names and Yoruba names, for us, what is the cosmological significance of a Dele name? Usually the Dele is supposed to be like a Kashimawo. It's like the name of given to an Abiku, no, come home with me. I have never heard you talk about it. Maybe today you want to explain to us your own side of a Dele. That's one. And because I'm a media scholar and I study media and the history of media, I noticed that it was very easy for you to hit at the cultural scholar, Professor Adeko, and he retreated very quickly, forgetting the fact that it is written that a picture speaks more than words, and you are an opinion shaper. We must never forget that there is a Dele that is a public relations guru, and one of the best, because he does not, and you got to know that he never at any point today mentioned the fact that he also changes opinion. When people have run into trouble, they call on Dele to help switch opinion. He is a fantastic spin doctor, and we must give him credit for that. But he does not, and the beauty of it is that you know that those who, the Iyamis, the power they have, they don't display it. That is Dele for you. Dele is the witch of public relations. So when people talk about singing pictures or praise visuals, they know what they're talking about. There's a depth in it, because this man has been able to, without shouting, without making noise, he stands at the same level with the Shobanjo, the man with insight. But the thing is that he does not have a billboard that announces his enterprise to do that. And there is the last thing I would say, because of course MKO comes in. There's something Dele tells everybody when there's an interview, that he's learned something from MKO, that if you get to any place and there's something you need and it's not there, you should start that thing because that city needs it. And this man has done that in so many ways. And I wish you can speak a little, because there's quite a number of young people who are listening who will gain from that. So I want you first to speak to the name Dele, and if possible, please make my head swell like Gari Ijebu again by just dipping your tongue into one of those Ifa verses. You just spew out like your Wale Soyinka will talk about Shakespeare. Thank you very much, Chief Dele Momodu.
Thank you. There's a lot there. And he posed the question when we have a report, 5.2 million people just listening to his comment.
Wow.
So can you give him his verse and then answer one or two questions?
Okay, can I answer now, sir?
But give him his verse first.
Okay, I should give him. Okay, my favorite that I love is in Oyekumeji. Okay. Wọ́n ló ní kẹ́kẹ́ lógún alábàjá lọ́gbọ̀n oníkòló làádọ́ta adé fún ọdún ìbákú tí ìṣọmọ bíbí inú àgbọnnìrègún. Wọ́n ní kó rúbọ nítorí ikú, wọ́n ní kó fàdìyẹ ìrànà kan rúbọ, ó ṣe ikú òpá, ijó ní ń jó, ayọ̀ ní ń yọ̀, ó yin àwọn awo rẹ̀ yin fá, ó yanu kótó, orin awo ló bọ́ sí lẹ́nu, ẹsẹ̀ tí ó nà, ijó fà á. Ó ló ní kẹ́kẹ́ lógún alábàjá lọ́gbọ̀n oníkòló làádọ́ta adé àfọdún bákú tí ìṣọmọ bíbí inú àgbọnnìrègún ọdún bákú lèjì ẹ ti gbádìyẹ mi lọ adìyẹ mi adìyẹ ìrànà tí mo fi ilẹ̀ lèjì ẹ gbé lọ.
Thank you.
Okay. So,
please, you now don't answer all the questions, just choose one.
So I want to thank him. What he has done for me tonight. If I was a presidential candidate. Tonight, I think I got the best endorsement from, from Professor Connie Udutola. Instead of his head swelling, mine was swelling, and my wife is Ijebu from Ijebu Igbo, Omarawu Shugbo of Dashokoto Berry Berry. You know, I am telling you, I am full of gratitude for that encomium. Even me, I could not have described myself any better. Talking about my PR side, the Yorubas have a saying, Onokon Waja. Is it to survive in Nigeria? This is like letting out the secret of my business. You know, my PR, I'm very silent about my PR, because when I left my job at Classic in 1991, I wanted to start Ovation, and this is almost spiritual. That's why I said I'm an incurable fatalist. I left my job. I wanted to start a magazine called Ovation, but I couldn't raise the funds. So one day I went to Kola Abiola, and I said, Kola, please, this is my business plan. I want to start a paper. He studied it, he liked it, but he told me he could not invest in it. I was so downcast, and he could see it visibly on my face. And I was almost in tears because it was the last hope of the masses. So he then asked me, he said, Bob D, most people call me, he said, Bob D, but is there nothing else we can do together? The reason I cannot do a paper is because my father is already the owner, the chairman of the Concord Press of Nigeria. If I invest in you, I come from a polygamous family. It might be misinterpreted to my dad that I'm trying to compete with him. He's such a wise gentleman, very, very wise. Of course, his wisdom was my own discomfort. You understand? You know, because I really wanted the investment from him. So when he now asked me, what else can I do? I said, like what? He said, like PR. I said, PR? He said, yes. I said, so what PR do you want me to do? Because I believe that is my natural talent, though I have not formed a career out of it. He said, oh, that Summit Oil International had just found oil in commercial quantity. They were the second. Makadenuga's corn oil, the consolidated oil, was the first. Then Abiola's Summit Oil International. He said they were about to launch the company, and he believes, he said his dad had instructed him to go and give it to some company that I don't want to mention, a top company in Nigeria. He said, I believe you will be able to handle it even better. And that was how I got my first PR job. And I had to quickly register Celebrities Goodwill Limited. And when I executed the job, I was so excited. And that was how everybody started coming to me underground. So PR for me, PR is a very confidential business. It's not a business. When you make too much noise about it, you kill the effectiveness of PR. But I agree with Prof. I will confess that I've handled some very, very critical PR stuff. But trust me, not necessarily on government. It's more on the business people. I mean, if you want to look at the Fernandezes, the Makadenugas, the Dangotes, the Femi Otedolas, the Absamad Rabius, they are not in government. The Tony Dumelus, these are guys who are doing great things. And because of my reach across Africa and beyond, so from time to time, they will call on me. I mentioned earlier on that Dangote, I've flown with him to Ethiopia, to Zambia, to Tanzania, just to do this PR stuff. So it's nothing governmental. But most people, when you are doing that kind of work, you let your work speak for you rather than you coming to say, oh, I was the one who made that happen. Even Chief Abiola, people don't know why we got very close. When I came to Lagos in 1988, he was probably the most hated Nigerian because of his running battle with the Awois. A lot of people didn't like him. And till today, there are all kinds of crazy myths about Abiola. And so we had to come as the spin doctors. Of course, I had senior ones like Dele Alake, like Okusheku Babatope, and the rest of them. We used to do things to Jibelo, So, but we were able to manage. I was doing the soft sell while they were handling the serious hard sell, And that was how, in time, we were able to let people see a true Abiola, and we were all well compensated for it.
Thank you. I will thank you. And by the way, Ambassador Excellency Olowodo Sumo is on this program. So Professor Kola Abimbola, your father has been mentioned on this program, and congratulations is the new Ajaguna Agbaye and Ogun Leadership Award. Congratulations. You are an Ifa person. Maybe you want to open your comment with one long Ifa fast for us to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mine is really a personal and also a social acknowledgement of Brother Dele, as we call him. I have had the pleasure of knowing him for about 45 years now, and I can say with absolute certainty that he's someone of great integrity, someone who has enriched the life of many of us growing up who lived in the diaspora, about what it is to be someone of character and integrity living in Nigeria and making sure that they never ever depart from the path of Iwapele. So for that, I would like to thank you with a prayer in Ijala, Ogun's voice, in line with the position of the Ajaguna. Olukeda ini aja ogun o abereda ini aja àti ọ̀ṣọ́ òṣì. Bọ̀dá Délé, ẹ ní pòfo, ẹ ní ròfo, ẹni oníṣàwúre lẹ́yìn gbèsè. Ó ní wọ́n lùlù bàjẹ́, ọba olúwa ò ní jẹ́ ọdún. Ìjọba sì dún ọmọ olúwa rẹ̀ ní ọmọjó. Tọ́ba dìwúyé àmọ́dún, àwa faláìkú dẹ́gbẹ̀ra. Ọdọọdún àbọ̀mọ̀bí látẹ̀ o, pèrègùn tẹ́ ẹ̀rí wọn òkú bọ̀rọ̀bọ̀rọ̀. Àwọn arúnmọlẹ̀ ọmọ gbèyìn o. Ṣé fún gbogbo ń tẹ́ ṣe o, àdúpẹ́. Ire kàdùkù.
Thank you. Ebawaki, please, greetings to Professor Wade Abibola. We're very grateful. Babasimi Sola Fadi. I couldn't read your name very well.
Okay. It's Fadirepo, sir.
Fadirepo.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Prof. And thank you, Chief, for the engaging conversation all morning stroke afternoon from where I'm speaking. The question I have for you, I'm speaking from Louisiana in the US. The question I have for you is simple, sir. You mentioned that because of the political infrastructure of Nigeria, that it will be more advisable for young people and anybody who think they have something to offer to leverage the existing structure of the already established parties. Now, my question is that even within the existence of those established structure, there seems to be, at least from where I stand, there seems to be it's like a pyramid. That ascension is not easy. And if you are really, really interested in thinking you have something to offer, what model or what will you suggest that can make you to have a foothold on this platform, on this existing structure politically, as a young people, as a young person, especially if you are not born into privilege in the Nigerian sense of it?
Well, I've mentioned it earlier on, sir, with Fadirepo, that you see, if you want to play at the national level, you have to be in a mainstream political party. If you want to play on the fringe, yes, you can also, after all, Dr. Olusegun Mimiko Iroko became governor on the platform of Labour Party in Ondo State. But that doesn't happen every day. You have a few people who became governors on the platform of APGA in the Southeast. But at the national level, I am very, very certain. This is not, there is no doubt about it. I started from Labour. I joined Ganifa Emin's party because I was looking for identical ideological political parties. That was my error. I thought Nigerians were sick and tired of the two mainstream political parties. And so I learned my lessons from that. I was one of those, a lot of people don't know this, and maybe this is one of the few occasions I will ever mention it in public, that I actually contributed money to starting the COA party when I was invited by, Egbon Fola Deola, at that time. I sent him my own contribution, but I never went near COA party. I have, my principle is that people should not be jumping like frogs from one political party to another. So that's why I've been very careful since 2011. I know that my party cannot fulfill my dream or my mission, but I've been very careful so that since I don't want anything out of politics other than to serve. So why do I want to be jumping? Today I'm in APC, tomorrow in PDP. So that's why I've remained where I am. And if ever I decide now that I want to go, as I said, preferably today, because there is no point preaching to others. I'm the one preaching to them that let's all go and join mainstream parties. Even if we're not going to contest, let's join and begin to influence things from there. Because the theory that we can just sit down and be criticizing every government that comes, like joke, I'm already 61. I'm approaching 62. Before we know it, my generation is already wasted. So let's begin to influence things from there. And then manage your business very well. What must not fail is your own personal business. Politics for me is a part-time, it's like a game, So if they allow us to do the right things, fine. If they don't allow us, at least nobody will say we did not make our own effort. So that's my belief. I believe that the young ones should begin, but for everybody to think, because I want to be called a former presidential candidate, everybody must be in one small political party. People are not going to see us as serious human beings. I know people in Nigeria today who have become serial contestants because today they are presidential candidates, tomorrow they are governorship, day after they are senatorial. For me, I can't do that to myself. I was once a presidential candidate. If ever I'm contesting again, I'll be a presidential candidate because I had my blueprint. And as I said, I have that Moshood Abiola template. I have it. I'm not joking. I have that template. And I know what you can do for Nigeria. I know what wonders it will work for Nigeria. And I've matured with time, with that template. There are other people who also have it, but I happen to be one of them. And that's why I can talk so confidently about my mission. It's not an ambition. And I leave the rest to God.
Thank you. On December 12th, we're bringing Jerry Ghana. So, Fadiripo, I think you should ask Jerry Ghana that question.
All
It will be appropriate to ask him. We look forward to seeing you there. And we are bringing Seun Kuti, December 5, who is going to talk more about this Dele Momodu generation and things like that, which I will also expect all of you to join as we bring all these competing views. Pelumi Folajimi.
Thank you, Professor Falola, for permitting me to talk. And thank you, Dr. Mr. Momodu, for being here today. I teach in the Department of Dramatic Arts, Obafemi Awolowo University. Though I am a student of Professor Femi Uba currently, Baba Simisola Fadiripo, who just spoke, and I, Professor Femi Uba's student, PhD student in Louisiana. I'm currently in Louisiana, in fact, in the same apartment with Simisola Fadiripo that just spoke. He and I argue a lot, and when we talk about you, we are from Ife, Obafemi Awolowo University. We know you are from that environment too. You grew up there. We talk a lot about Ile-Ife city, we talk about contributions. Of course, we talk about you too. And one of the opinions I have raised in my argument with him is that, especially when we talk about ovation, my opinion about Dele Momodu is like that of King Sunny Ade, who says, Ojoniwa obeni konshota o eni ejiri le jimpa. King Sunny Ade is somebody who makes himself available as a friend to as many people as possible. He performs his music for as many people as possible. For Dangote, he sang for Dangote, for Chief Abiola, for Ooni of Ife. He performs for everybody, as many people as possible. I see a similar pattern, a similar attitude in Dele Momodu, in whose magazine you see diverse people. Some of the people in the community that we see as people of integrity, as role models. We see Dele Momodu, publish their pictures, and some politicians whose legacies many of us do not want to be associated with. We see, of course, Dele Momodu recently, unlike before, criticizes Muhammadu Buhari a lot, but you still see the same Dele Momodu publish Muhammadu Buhari's pictures in his magazines. And then I begin to come to a conclusion that Dele Momodu is like the rain which falls on both the good and the bad, who welcomes and accepts as many people as possible. And that will make me to refer again to Adieko's important textbook, which has become quite influential while discussing the Yoruba phenomenon. The idea of praise singing, I'm impressed. I was impressed that Adeko was Professor Adeko is my professor. He's one of my mentors and role models. He came online a few minutes ago to actually address that issue. I see him talking from the perspective of panegyric. Panegyric, of course, is a scholar of poetry. Panegyric poetry, a form of poetry that celebrates, that praises. So I don't see him from arguing or engaging ovation from a negative perspective. I see him as being engaging the magazine from a panegyric perspective. That's one contribution I want to make. The second and the last, which I want to say now in less than 1 minute, or maybe in 30 seconds, is, I watched that video, I watched that interview where you engaged Nnamdi Kanu. After the interview, Nnamdi Kanu came up, to the public to say that if Dele Momodu should contest for the post of the president of Nigeria, he will be glad to vote for Dele Momodu, and he will encourage his supporters also to vote for Dele Momodu. You came to the public almost immediately to address that issue. You said you were not interested at that moment in presidency, and you said only God knows tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow you would, but at that moment you would not. And now today, it's interesting that you came up today and you are talking along political lines, expressing political interest. You say it's not an ambition, it's a mission. So I can see you gradually embracing some political thoughts, and you are hesitating, maybe you will join a political party in the nearest future, and probably you will be a presidential candidate. You are talking in that, along that line, while consistently associating yourself with MK Abiola's template, Abiola's philosophy. I want to know if you should contest for the post of the president in 2023, which will make it 30 years of the June 12 event, you want to stand as Dele Momodu, who has been schooled in the thought of politics and is ready to face the challenges. If you want to stand in that regard, or you want to portray yourself as somebody who would deserve our political sympathy and our political favor as a trainee and mentee of Chief Abiola, who was treated with injustice in 1993. I want to know that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's what we call double whammy. That's serious. Brother Pelumi Folajimi, I hope I got the name correct. Thank you, sir. Let me start by thanking the Ajaguna Agbaye my very dear brother, Kola Abimbola. It's true, we've known for almost 5 decades, grew up together on the campus in Ife. His sister, BC, Mrs. Anima Shawu, and I were classmates in Ife from 1978 to 82. So I want to thank him for, I was in tears when he was speaking because I know that he has never been a man of many words and he does not indulge in frivolity. So thank you so much for those kind words. Now to the questions on the panegyric nature of ovation. As you are aware, my first degree is in Yoruba. Yoruba Tombele, Kose Amulumala. I studied Yoruba single honors. There were only 6 of us that graduated in 1982. And so I know about the panegyric. I know about the Oriki Urile. One of my teachers, a British scholar, Ajike Karin Ajike Baba, specialized in Oriki Urile. And so I'm very familiar with what you are saying. But the difference, as I said, is that ovation is largely pictorial. That's number one. Number two is that we don't indulge in censorship. There is no means in journalism of saying, I'm not going to publish the photograph of Abacha because it's Abacha. All newspapers will publish Abacha. But ovation will now go to the lifestyle part of Abacha. While the hard sell newspapers will dissect Abacha. All we are interested in is, look at his uniform, take the picture. Oh, look at his wife, take the picture. Look at the children, take the picture. Oh, look at the car he's driving. That is the nature of celebrity journalism. But unfortunately, a lot of times, people don't draw that line. They don't know that the aspects that, like when I was in Weekend Concord, what I was dealing with was different from what I was doing in African Concord. In fact, when I was moved from African Concord, I remember Professor Koli Omotosho saying that today, that Concord has murdered a scholar because they all knew me to come from that background of scholarship in Ife. They all saw me doing great stories, very serious stories in Ife and inside African Concord. I used to go to, all over the places, interview people and doing all that. But in Weekend Concord, I had to switch 360 degrees to something totally different. In fact, I resisted going there until my MD, Dr. Doyin Abiola, insisted that they were picking some of the best reporters from different departments, and they have chosen me from the African Concord. I must go or find another job. So I had no choice. So for me, celebrity journalism, the little that we've been able to contribute to it, let's look at the greater aspect of it. Today, if you know how many spin-offs from what I do, tailors, those who cannot afford to go to the big fashion designers, carry ovation as their fashion catalog to tailors. And so you can imagine how many tailors we have. Event planners, we never used to have event planners. In fact, the Association of Event Venue Owners in Lagos alone today run into thousands venues. And all this developed from the way we were able to manage entertainment in Nigeria. A lot of the DJs, a lot of the MCs, in fact, if what we were doing in Nigeria was done elsewhere, by now, in fact, I don't know, by now there is no way Nigeria would not have rewarded me with a national honor. But in our country, people get, the more successful you get, sometimes the angrier people become. But I've not allowed that to discourage me. All I just do is do my job. Some people will love it. Some people will hate it. And today, we thank God that 25 years after, we're very relevant. In fact, all the magazines that came to copy us, a lot of them didn't know our strategy. So they collapsed. I don't pray for anybody to collapse. The ones I could encourage, I tried. But so that is it. Comparing me to King Sunny Ade is a great honor, sir. It's a very great honor. I must tell you, King Sunny Ade, Baba, Commander Ebenezer Obey, I'm very close to both of them. I tell you, I use them as my prayer point. Whenever I pray, I said, Baba Sunny at 75 is still singing all over and it's still very relevant. Baba Obey will be 80 next year. I pray to God, not just to give me longevity, but to give me such relevance in my life. It is not easy. Whatever they are doing, they must have been doing it very well for them to remain relevant. So whatever we are doing at Ovation, we have done only a quarter of a century. I pray by the grace of God that I will be around in another 20, 25 years, and I'll still be able to perform like those two great icons.
Thank you, sir.
On the second one, sir, the political one, sir. Yes. On the political one, I did not set out to talk about my political mission. But you could see that most of the questions today came around, they revolved around politics. And I'm giving you theories. I'm using myself as example. I was once a presidential candidate. You're always a candidate. Wherever I go today, when I'm being introduced, when they say, oh, he's a journalist, he's this, he's that, they will end it with, he was a presidential candidate. Yesterday, on the flight from Lagos to London, I was on Virgin Atlantic. You know, one of the stewards, a white lady, had to ask the person sitting there, please, who is this gentleman? Because everybody coming to take pictures with him. And the guy said, oh, so I replied, I said, I'm a journalist. Then the guy said, no, don't mind him. He's not just a journalist. He was a presidential candidate. And the lady said, oh, okay, now I understand. So it's just in the nature of people when they talk to me, we must talk politics. And right now, we're in the season where everybody is talking about the future of Nigeria and what role leadership can play in it. So, and that's why I said that I know what it entails. I spoke about the process of preparation and readiness, and that I know that I have the Abiola template. But whether I will now use it or not, of course, when Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu mentioned in February before his arrest, he mentioned it publicly, it's on video, it went viral, that if he still believed in Nigeria, the only Nigerian who is making sense to him, because I said, there's no way I'll be president of Nigeria and people will treat the Igbo people the way they are treating them. It's not possible. I said I would have turned the East into a Silicon Valley. These are great investors. I liken them to a combination of the Japanese, the Koreans, the Chinese, the Indians. And they are wasting away. All we do is Operation Python dance, Operation this and that against them. So that was what attracted Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to my speech, that even their own governors are not speaking about their dream for the Igbos, the way Dele has expressed it. And I'm very grateful to him for that compliment. But for me, it's not every right that you must exercise. I believe that at the right time, I'll be able to decide whether I'm still interested. Look, left to me alone, the work, the energy that has gone into Ovation, I don't want to waste it on the altar of politics. But as you get older and you get more frustrated about the situation in your country, it's only normal that a lot of people will talk to you, because what I have built, the template that I have built before the Abiola experience and after, trust me, it might take some other people another 40, 50 years to build it. And that is why people are talking to me that daily. Do you think God gave you all these things? You know every king, you know every emir, you know every sultan, you know everybody in Nigeria, every army general one-on-one. So do you think God gave you this opportunity for fun? Then why are you preaching to others if you yourself will not accept your own preaching? So this is why I was talking politics, not that I came to campaign. No, people asked me questions and I responded. Thank you so much.
Alumi, I want to give you an essay to write, and we'll publish it for you in Yoruba Studies Review. Is the pictorial, not the political? Because it keeps moving away from that intersectionality. And when it was challenged by Odutola of Florida, that is an image, right? Not a text. And is dissociating pictures and images from text. You may take that up as a challenge and write an essay. I will publish it for you. I'm glad Adeko was also here to respond. Is the pictorial, not the panegyric? So if I ask Momodu, if you show the hip of a woman as they show on WhatsApp, are those not panegyric? So Toludare, please. Toludare, is your turn. Tolu. Yes, please. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Toludare. I'm a lawyer. And I want to thank Professor Falola for this great interview. This is one of your best Toyin Falola series of interviews. And I want to thank my big brother, Brother Dele Momodu, who is very close to some of my great mentors, Kabi Siabolari and Damola Deremi. These were people that have made huge impact in my life. So, and I thank you very much. And Egbon Dele Momodu, as I don't want to tell you some of his stories that he used to sell ice cream. He used to have a kiosk in the youth service camp.
NYC camp in Ede.
NYC camp in Ede, and he used to bring things in my mom's freezer to store. Those were good days. And I want to thank you, Basharu Dele Momodu, for offering tangible, verifiable, and practical suggestions and solutions to the problems of Nigeria. And this is the issue that we need to address now. And I really thank Professor Falola for this long period of interview. We should not rush things of this nature. We have a lot of challenges in Nigeria, and a lot of people are shying away from offering tangible solutions. I watch Dr. Ruben Abati and Tundu and Rufai Husseini every day. And I think they also provide a veritable and good platform for offering suggestions about the problems of Nigeria. So may God help us. I'm not going to ask Egbon Momodu to contest for presidency. That's not what I'm saying now. But I think there should be an opportunity for all the suggestions you've offered today and the insights that you have displayed, that you have opened onto us now. We should really be serious about them. I was looking at Professor Ayobanjo, the elder statesman that has been on this platform for the past 4 hours. These are the issues we are talking about. We have a huge challenge in our country, and I know God can help us, but we all need to devote time and energy to solving the problems of Nigeria because we don't have any other country. I used to live in England. I lived in England for 18 years. I came back to Nigeria. I work now in the power sector, and I'm not happy the way the power sector is going. I've sent a text to Basharu Momodu that you should talk to me about it when you next you are in Lagos. So thank you very much for this very inspiring and very insightful interview and the suggestions you have offered. May God bless you, and may God bless the Toyin Falola series of interviews. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. When I had to do that, I wasn't sure if it was yours, but I knew it's more than likely. Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Dapo, Rotifa.
Yes, thanks, Prof, for the opportunity we have to rub mind with great minds like you, people that we esteem, that we see on this platform. Congratulations, Chief Dele Momodu, on your elevation to that. I know the next one will be Ile-Ife.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think you said a lot of these things come back to politics, and I think it's understandable. So forgive me that my question would be in the political line too, or my comment. So you recommended that the nation should give serious thought to non-career politicians. And I know that's out of frustration with our career politicians, which a lot of people share that thought, that maybe if, and then maybe that's why some people refer to our technocrats, if we can bring them in. And that's why some of us give consideration to look in the direction of someone like Kingsley Moghalu. So, but personally, and which you also said, like I told him one time, they should fight from within, not all this, because Nigerians are enamored with same people we complain against. Oh, Tinubu is this, is that. Yet, he's the only one. Someone told me yesterday, if it's not Tinubu, then who else? So I thought he should fight from within. Join, like you said, I put it on my Facebook page. Like you said, Sowore should go. I think I told Sowore in 2018. Why not go and join APC? And Moghalu, why not PDP? Which exactly you said today. But I attended Pastor Itua Igodalo's colloquium, and Kingsley was was interviewed there. And he said one of the reasons why he could not be part of PDP was not just because he could not find himself there, but he would need about 15 billion to be a presidential candidate there. I'm glad you're shaking your head, because that's going to be my question to you. Since you suggested that if you have to join a party now, you'll be heading to PDP, which would be a good thing. It's nothing bad. I mean, we have seen that both parties are actually probably the same thing. Otumba Yomi Shore once said it's a matter of convenience for anybody to join either of the two parties. So, but I commend you if you do that. But you also mentioned things about which is peculiar to Nigeria. Those are the interests. You call them owners of Nigeria. I call them ruling elites that someone will need to pander to. So if you want to pursue your mission for Nigeria, as you put it, you are very close to all the same people you mentioned. And they control everything. They control the politics, they control the economy, they control everything. But you are very close to them. And I've been wondering, like, okay, if we have a candidate, Dele Momodu, tomorrow, and you will need some money, which you may be able to raise it yourself, but you will have a Dangote there for you. You will have an Otedola there for you. But if you need those people and you are very close to them and you get to office, how will you be able to look into an Otedola's face that you're taking a decision against his business interest, against the traditional rulers, which you are very close to all of them? The pastors, you are close to them.
I have to stop you, Mr. Rotifa. You've asked a question because we still have like 8 more people.
Okay, so I think he got what I'm trying to.
Yes, sir.
Hold on, sir. Chief Momodu, let's roll some of these questions. We'll roll them. Thank you, Mr. Roth. Write them down. We'll roll them. Gabriel Ayola from University of Michigan. Gabriel Ayola. Can you please unmute Gabriel Ayola? Gabriel Ayola, yes, please. Go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof, for the opportunity. And then I'm Gabriel Ayola. I teach at the Department of Afro-American Studies and African Studies at University of Michigan here. Basharon, thank you so very much. If you will recall 2014, I am one of your very good follower on Twitter. I DM you, and I can say that I am one of those people who read you regularly, especially the Pendulum. And I've had opportunity while I was in graduate school to analyze some of your work in one of my rhetoric class. And at the end of the day, my professor said, "Who is this Dele?" And that was why I was very happy when Professor Koli Odutola was asking you to talk about your name, Dele, the other time, because I actually was very deliberate in my choice of your articles to analyze in that class while I was a PhD student at the University of Georgia in rhetoric class. And I want to say that you have been very, very much of a great influence in some of our lives in academics and all that. Thank you so very much. And again, you have also been subject of our prayer point those days when we were in the universities. Dele that read Yoruba and is doing this and all that. We are so appreciative for what your life has become. So my quick question is this, Bashar, that considering how progressive you are, in terms of how your views are, you have so much progressive thought views. You also have a great wealth of experience in terms of knowing people that matters, all over. And it's a beautiful thing. So every time I read about you, every time I look into your work, things come to my mind like, how much have you been able to influence some of these people in terms of their decision-making as people in government, in terms of how they drive the economy? And if I may just be very, in my little self, to say that on the scale of 1 to 10, Basharon, can you, and 10 being the highest influence you have had upon them, because I believe they must have rubbed on you, you must have also rubbed on them. And would you say that you have been able to influence these people in powers in politics all over places, in businesses, on the scale of 1 to 10? How would you rate your influence on them? Now, this time around, not their influence on you, just like late MKO Habiola had influenced your life. How would you say you have been able to influence these people? If possible, you could give us practical examples. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And it's Dr. Gabriel Ayola who said we should interview Chief Dele Momodu. He was the one who called me and said, interview him. Thank you very much. He will answer that question later. Let me call Professor Adeleke Adeko. Professor Adeko, please cumulate all your questions. It's a time-saving device. Go ahead, sir. Just unmute yourself.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes,
please?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Professor Falola, for letting me speak briefly again. I want to plead with Dele Momodu, don't shy away from praising it. It's a great art form. For me, your only legacy is not going to be in politics. What's most enduring about you, what will endure when people write what happened in Nigeria, is going to be your work in turning orality into visuality. You are a scholar of Yoruba studies. Don't shy away from it. Just want to make that, not for my own, not because I'm selfish, because I was able to study your work. We are contemporaries. I think what you did is exceedingly smart. Don't run away from it. There is no point. Don't run away. Embrace it. Accept what Koli Odutola suggested. That's your great legacy. Please. Thank you.
Take that as a comment, and we move on to Yinka Popola. Thank you, Professor Adeko. Yinka Popola. Unmute, yes.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Omaroti Webiojo. Is actually my cousin.
Sir, I have this thing that has been really, really heavy in my mind concerning Nigeria, and that is why I started a digital democracy campaign in the UK. We can contact God even through prayers, but Nigerian politicians, we don't have access to them. We can raise our hands and praise to God, but Nigeria cannot access their politicians. You can't send them an email, you can't get their phone number, you cannot reach them. And then, is this what we call democracy? That is my first question. The second question, I reside in Britain, and I was part of a leadership summit in Coventry in June this year. And at the summit, there is a pertinent questions about the development and the universities. We cannot separate the development of Britain from their universities, because I thought it was because of the COVID-19 where we started hearing Oxford and AstraZeneca. Literally, Oxford and AstraZeneca is like AstraZeneca is just like a department of pharmacy to Oxford University. I live in Sunderland, where we have a National Glass Center, which is also like a department to electronic engineering of the University of Sunderland. But it is so appalling that there is no synergy between our professors. And in the UK, these politicians listen to their professors. They listen to universities. But in Nigeria, we couldn't see outcome of universities' deliverables in our lives. There was a university that worked on fostering confidence, building fostering confidence among the people that live in Britain. We have people that work in the hotel and hospitality to ensure that people gain confidence back in all this industry. But in Nigeria, we couldn't see anything. The lecturer can go on strike for only God knows how. How do you think this problem can be solved? Because you can't borrow to build infrastructure, borrow to maintain infrastructure, borrow to operate the infrastructure, and borrow to replace the infrastructure. Universities are supposed to be infrastructure ready to build people that will receive the infrastructure, even if you borrow to build those infrastructure. And it's also totally shameful that we cannot even build those infrastructure by ourselves with the number of universities that we have in Nigeria. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Yinka Wuwola. Did I hear I call you Omo maybe or T or
Omaroti Webioju? Omaroti Webioju.
We'll take that as a comment. Henry Ukasu, please. Henry, it's your turn. Unmute yourself, please.
Henry the Great.
All right, thank you. My name is Henry Ukasu, and I have a legal background here in New York City. So, Mr. Chief Dele Momodu, I must commend you for this great meeting we have to speak with you. I just want to ask you just a short question, okay? Because I'm a realist, okay? I've studied your works over time, and I've seen the passion you have for the youths. And as you will agree with me now, the youths are the future of tomorrow in any civilized clime. Looking at what is happening in Nigeria right now, if you see yourself in any position of authority, what are the plans? I mean, concrete and practical plans you have to salvage the nation? Because like you rightly know, the private sector does not create jobs. They only create enabling environments for entrepreneurs to thrive or for the private sector to thrive. So the youth right now in Nigeria, many of them have no job. The education system in Nigeria is in shambles. What are the concrete plans or initiatives or programs that you would think can be realistic to help them? That is one. Then secondly, okay, if again, spending when you have your time to make up your mind to join any political parties, one of the mainstream political parties, how can you galvanize the youth? Because Nigerians, the population of Nigeria, 60% of them are composed of the youths. The elites don't vote. And we have seen a case study whereby youths go on Twitter, on social media to throw tantrums. They don't really vote. People who vote are the women. But how can you galvanize using the style of Obama that helped him to win the election? Because they are the ones that will decide. And right now, the apathy is low. Yesterday in New York City, we had the Independence Parade, Carnival. For the first time in the history of this country, where we celebrate the parade, the turnout was low. When I mean literally low, you could do your research, and a lot of factors were at play because the youth are no longer interested in that lifestyle. Here in US, when I was a PRO for Nigerian lawyers here in US, I was speaking to many of my colleagues in law school then. I asked them, what are your plans for Nigeria when you're done with the program? 2/3 of my students said, or my friends from Nigeria said, they are not going back to Nigeria. You can agree with me, it's brain drain. Right now, there's no lights, there's no security. But this is my own idea now. Because of this level of apathy and lack of lackadaisical and nonchalant attitude in our leaders, many youths are now feeling that the country is now messed up. They see education as a scam. So how can you bring them that vigor to join the mainstream parties that can really help them to really participate? Because when they participate, this will happen. Many of them are not enlightened. How can you enlighten them? And then using the celebrities, okay, and the network you have to bring them into place so that they can have that vigor, that interest, because right now, Nigeria is not moving in that right direction, and the youth need to be sensitized. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. He will answer that question in his closing statements. Bimbola Ashiru. Mr. Bimbola Ashiru, sir. Go ahead, sir. From South Africa, please go ahead, Bimbola Ashiru. Unmute yourself, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. I believe for the first time I'm allowed to talk, maybe because my brother, the Bachelor of the World and Array, is on the program, because a few times Auntie Tokumbo spoke. I wanted to talk, but unfortunately you didn't call me, but I'm happy you called me. Bachelor, I mean, when we say Omoduabi, he has those attributes. He's passionate. I'm always very worried for him because of his focus, his force, himself and Dr. Abati, when they start harassing everybody. Like somebody said that you are a friend to everybody. Despite the fact that you criticize Buhari, you say bring him in your papers. It clearly shows that you are being sincere. But the point I'm trying to raise is that it clearly shows that all of us here, we love Nigeria and we want Nigeria to move forward. So the only way we can do that is for us, because I've experienced it before. I was an aspirant for gubernatorial thing, and I know how much it costs. We should now focus on how we can get. See, somebody mentioned Obama. Obama is a black American, and he became the American president. I mean, against all odds. So what we need to do going forward is to identify somebody that we know is very good. We raise money, even if people start keeping 1,000 naira, 5,000 naira, donating it to a pause, and we start funding people. We will, because see, I mean, all the people ruling us out, they are old people. We can get youths, people in their 40s, 50s, and 60s to come and run this country for us. So the point is that we cannot sit at the back and say, oh, we want, no. People are saying our leaders. Who are our leaders? We are talking as if we are talking about somebody else. We voted for them. Yes, they may rig the election, but you can only rig where you are strong and popular. So the point I'm trying to raise is that everybody, both people in diaspora and in Nigeria, we must come as one and identify somebody that we know that will run this country and turn this country around. And that is the only way we can go forward. We raise money because they are talking about 20 billion, 10 billion. And even it's so ridiculous that our members of the House of Assembly, I mean, the National Assembly, they are now talking that for you to become a president, you must have a certain amount. Then you are allowing people to steal money. So when they steal, they now come back to recoup themselves. And when they recoup, then we say some people are stealing money. I know people that have sold their houses and everything. So let us identify people that are committed, they have the future of this country, I mean, as part of the things they want to do. And I think that's the only way forward. So I'm begging those of us in diaspora, those of you in diaspora, that you should come and join everybody. Let us see how we can fight it. And I can tell you, the way they sent Abacha packing, the way they sent Babangida packing, that he has no option than to hand over to Chief Shoneko. And so we can do that in this country. And I think we cannot sit at the back and be criticizing on this Zoom. We must start pushing everybody. We all have families. Let us say, we are not going to vote for you. We voted for you in National Assembly. You are misbehaving there. When you come back home, you are not going back there. When we start doing that in Nigeria, things will change. That's just my own comment. Thank you very much, sir.
Bola Babarinde. Mr. Bola Babarinde.
Thank you very much, Prof. This is my first time on this program. And it's highly unusual for me to be online for more than 3 hours. I'm so much enjoying it, and I love this program. Thank you for putting it up. Chief Dele Momodu, I appreciate you for coming on board and for all you have said. 2 things to say. One, you mentioned something that if you ever want to contest or you want to go back to politics, you would rather go to any of these big political parties. I think to really make a real change in Nigeria, we need to look other side. We need to get another party. It could be a coalition that is going to be different for these 2 current political parties. I hope they're not going to say I'm doing at a party, because currently I'm the chairman of APC in South Africa. And I realized something, that even as the chairman of APC in South Africa, to get access to some of our leaders, to even the chairman of the caretaker committee, is a mission. It's like a court, you know. So if you really love Nigeria and you want it to move forward, I don't think any of these 2 political parties can push in, can bring up somebody that wants to do the right thing. They'll be searching for somebody, is either somebody that's going to be liability to Nigeria or somebody that will have interest of our nation at heart. So look into the other direction, or form a coalition, or get a new political organization that you have enough youth to support and make sure that you get to the promised land. That is one. But the other one that I just want within 30 seconds is that I realize here that we have a lot of Yoruba, you know, people that knows the culture of Yoruba very well. I'm from Ibadan, but I grew up in Lagos. There are things that I don't really know. Now, can you tell me, when you want to put on your cap, if you are married, some people say it should be on the right side, and some people say on the left side. Can you tell me? I know it's highly irrelevant to what you are saying, but I believe I can get the answer from here. I've not been able to get the answer.
Thank you,
I can
Mr.
see, Professor, your cap is on the right. I can see Dele Momodu, his cap is on the right. So I want to know the real answer to it, that if you are a married person, where do you put your cap, the direction of your cap?
Thank you, Bababarinde. You have been reading WhatsApp too many times. Timi Orekoya Telemi. Timi Orekoya Telemi, please.
Wow.
Go ahead. Let's hear you.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes,
we can hear you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof, for the grace to be part of this program. And I want to appreciate my dear brother, my Bashorun, the latest array. This man is more than what you can really talk about. Dele Momodu is a prophet. A prophet. What am I saying? Some years ago, when I came out with my album, telling me where I have Ileya Omo Nigeria, I met him at Fame magazine office. And he said something that day. He said, look at this man. I took my album to that place for media publicity with his team, the Fame magazine. And he said something at reception that day. He said, look at this man. A time is coming. We'll be the one looking for this man. I was not known then. He said that thing 2 years later. During his 35th birthday, I was invited to come and minister the same song, Ileya, Ileya, Omo Nigeria, Ileya. Since that time, I've been watching this man. He's so passionate about every other person's, even he's so selfless. Now, my question now is, all you have been saying, all of the things, the good ideas you have, do you think Nigeria, the structure we have now, is ripe enough for these ideas? It's so painful that all of these good ideas you are having, this selflessness, all these things you have been talking about. My pain is this present structure ripe enough? And if by any reason you are part of this system, are you sure you will not be
you will still be part of you being part of the system? Are you sure we will not be part of the existing system that will actually hinder your motive when you get there?
Thank you very much. Do you want to sing your song for the audience very quickly?
Please, sir. Please sing your song, sir.
Iléyá, Iléyá o, ọmọ Nàìjíríà, Iléyá, Iléyá, Iléyá o, ọmọ Nàìjíríà, Iléyá. Bí a kò bá mọ bí a mi lọ, ṣe bóyá ká padà sílé, ká jáwọ́ nú àpọ̀n tí kò yọ, ká tètè gbómi lákaná.
Thank you very much. I will take 3 more. Ikemode Michael, your system keeps shutting off, coming back on and off. Ikemode Michael, go ahead, please.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry about that. I think it's the network. The network, sir. I'm Michael Ikemode. I'm from Ijebu-Jesha, in Osun State. But I had my education, my university education in the Ivory Tower, the University of Ibadan. I studied religious studies. I thank you for the opportunity. I'm very happy for attending this meeting this evening. It has been insightful and enlightening. Thank you, Chief Dele Momodu. I've known you for some time now, and I also, seen some of your posts, some of your meetings on Instagram. I've seen a particular one where you emphasize. I'm sorry for digressing. You emphasize on the taking a look at the situation in this contemporary Nigeria. You said that that particular moment you mentioned the fact that you should re-strategize by engaging themselves in entrepreneurial engagement. So I would like to ask, what is the fate of some that are not actually business inclined, as it were, like that? That's one. And then also from I'm also happy seeing some of the teachers of my teachers here, like Professor Ayo Banjo, Professor Ogundeji, Professor Adenike Akinjobi, among others. Also, I would like to ask, what with the moral decadence, what is the, I want to digress in your I believe that you're more of like African traditional religion and Christianity, but this in a comparative, with a comparative lens. What do you think is the place of religion in the social order and transformation in Nigeria? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. 2 more, please, because he spent 4 hours nonstop. Mr. Tola Oshunuga. Tola Oshunuga.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much, Prof, for your platform. I studied Yoruba, first degree, second degree, PhD, and I teach Yoruba. Wow. And I appreciate, I just want to tell a short story, 1 minute. I was teaching a class and people felt, what is the point of studying Yoruba? So what did I do? I wanted to be creative that day. I brought out some names, Professor Akimi Ishola, all the big names in Yoruba studies. My student couldn't identify with them. And I mentioned Bob D. Everybody was ecstatic. I said, what made you ecstatic? And we began to look into Bob C. This profile, what he has done. He studied Yoruba, but he made use of that knowledge to do something else. So thank you very much for inspiring the younger generation and for them to know and identify with that. But my question quickly to you is this: what would you change? If there's one thing you would change in Nigerian educational system, what is it?
Thank you so much, sir. The last but not the least, Chief Mr. Kola Omotunde Young. Kola Omotunde Young.
Wow.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Prof. Kola Omotunde Young. I've known you a long time, and I must say that I've been impressed. I'm still impressed.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Modupe.
Yeah. In the days of SDP, an erudite professor mentioned to me that he was interested in contesting for presidency. And I just asked him, I said, Professor, the people that usually vote, I see them under the overhead bridge in pedestrian overhead bridge in Ojota, crossing the express without taking the bridge. That how do you hope to be able to communicate to them and educate them such that they will know that you are bringing something different and so that they can understand you? Bob D, has it changed? Even when we're talking about youth, has the demography changed in terms of understanding the issues to be able to determine who to vote for? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've been talking for 4 hours. Can you make your closing statements? Feel free to answer any of the questions you choose, but wrap all your answers with your closing statements, please. This is the last opportunity you have to talk.
Let me thank you again, sir, Professor Falola, for this wonderful opportunity. This appeared to me like a presidential debate, the night of a presidential debate, though I am the lone candidate being asked questions. So I want to thank you for this opportunity. I want to thank our great father, Professor Ayobanjo, for enduring, the past 4 hours on this program. Thank you, Daddy. Thank you so much. Then my dearest auntie, I don't know if she's still on, Dr. Tukumbo Awolowo Dosunu, Eshebubo Ekpefua. Thanks so much, ma. And to all the distinguished scholars, I'm so happy. I feel like I'm back on campus. I want to reassure you that I haven't abandoned academic work. As a matter of fact, I am currently building a small library resort in Ibadan. Because someone mentioned the issue of vaccine a few minutes ago. And I felt quite embarrassed that how come Indians can do their own vaccine, the British can do their own in Oxford University, the Americans can do the Pfizer thing, the Brazilians who love Nigeria so much, they can manufacture theirs. And how come are we saying we don't have enough scientists or enough Arabs in Nigeria or around Africa? So I got this idea, the inspiration for this library resort is small at the moment because I'm doing it according to the size of my pocket. I got this idea when Professor Wale Adebanwi, who was also my professor when I was on fellowship at Oxford in the last 2 years. He was at Bellagio in Italy. And so I decided that, hey, what he was enjoying in Italy, we should also be able to make it happen. I think it's owned by the Rockefeller Foundation, that you should be able to make it happen in Ibadan. And Ibadan has always been like my own London. I love Ibadan so much. Growing up, going to cocoa house and all that. Anyway, to cut the long story short, That would be part of my contribution to academia. That let's have a place, about 4 bedrooms for now, where we can bring scholars, provide them free accommodation, free feeding, free access to library materials, e-library and all that. So we're doing that at the moment. So I'm very happy to meet so many scholars on this platform tonight. I would like to thank Dr. Rutifa. Thank you so much for your comment. But I want to assure you, sir, that the reason I am saying we should try non-career politicians is very obvious. It's been tried elsewhere, even if it is not very frequent. I'll give one example from the United States. In recent memory, I mentioned a businessman, a showbiz impresario like Donald Trump. He wasn't a politician. You could see he was very effective in a number of areas. The only problem is that he couldn't manage relationships, he couldn't manage, the way he treated people. He still saw them as if it was a question of hire and fire. So you could see he was just doing it. But in terms of taking decisions, it was easier for him to take very difficult decisions because he's business-like. Politicians will weigh, you see Buhari to take a decision, 6 months is gone. And time is money. Time is money. And when he will eventually take the decision, it will be a decision that I could have taken in 10 seconds. But in trying to be politically correct, you see him meandering and maneuvering, and So I believe we should try that. And there is the example of MKO Abiola. MKO Abiola was able to win election in every part of Nigeria. Why? How come we haven't had anyone like him since then? Because nobody works intentionally and deliberately across Nigeria. But we have such people. It's very, very rare, but we do. You have to be intentional. Sir, there is nobody who wants to contest election in 2023 who can wake up today and just say, I want to contest. You must have started the job 30, 40 years ago. Even on this platform tonight, I'm sure almost 50% or 60% of those who spoke, I was surprised. There were people that I knew at different times, some from over 40 years. That is the job of a presidential aspirant. You must have known people, you must be able to go to any part of Nigeria and feel at home. And that leads me to, okay, I was going to give the example nearby to us in Nigeria. President Patrice Talon of Benin Republic is a businessman. Go and see what is going on in Cotonou next door. In the next few years, by the time the man would have left power, you'll be amazed at all the things they would have achieved just next door. Meanwhile, Benin Republic practically depends on Nigeria for so many things. Go and look at the quality of leadership in Ghana. Strong opposition, strong ruling government. We don't have that quality of leadership yet in Nigeria. And it's not that they are not available. So then, Mr. Gabriel, okay, before I leave that, I think there was a second part to that question from Chief Rutifa, that if you are close to the $10 and all these people, how will you be able to handle them if you are president? That is the respect that people have for me today. The things I write in Pendulum, an average person will not be able to write it because you are afraid of losing patronage from your friends. That's why I said, for me, a radical is not a man who fights his enemies or who criticizes his enemies. A radical is a man who has everything to lose and yet is ready to put everything at risk. And it's easy. If you are fair to all, when Buhari came, One of the things that he was asked at Chatham House, when he spoke at Chatham House in England, I was one who handled his media that day. I flew back to England to be with him that day. And one of the questions was, so are you going to probe people from the past, or you are going to move forward? He said, oh, he will not waste time and resources probing anybody, but he will draw a line from May 29 so that anybody who crosses that line will see the wrath of him. I'm telling you, even when he came, if he didn't want to probe, he had the power to investigate those who stole Nigeria's money, where the money is kept, and he will go after them. He will get negotiators to negotiate with them. Look, we know you have 10 billion naira somewhere in a bank in Nigeria. We know you have $20 million somewhere in Switzerland. Please, if you don't want trouble, we give you a part of it just for you to maintain you and your family, but bring back the money. That would be your first point. And you do it without any fear or favor. Not that because somebody is from my village, somebody is from my religion. Once you do that and you make yourself example, what is the purpose of declaring your assets if you are not going to make it public? That's where they all miss it from. When you do unto others what you will have them do unto you, you will see that people will respect you. I remember when Buhari was coming, I know a lot of very wealthy Nigerians. One day we were in London at a function with Femi Otedola, and they were saying they don't even mind if Buhari will come and take money as long as you make Nigeria better. People were ready to cooperate with him. But once he came and they could see that there was no difference, the lackluster cabinet and all those things, people just forgot all about it and moved on with their lives. So you need a leader who from day one, people can see that you are sincere. The key element of leadership is trust. If people don't trust you, there is nothing you can achieve. Once people say, I don't mind the movie, it's one of them. That's the end. So for me, if you treat people fairly and reasonably, you will get their cooperation. Leadership is not about fighting people. People think fight. Look, the amount of time, resources that we have wasted on fighting a few people in over 6 years. What have we achieved? The same man would have achieved more. One, collect what people have already taken, and then prevent what they are about to take. That's all. It's a two-way thing. So that is how I would have dealt with it. Then Mr. Gabriel Ayola from Michigan. How much have I influenced these people from 1 to 10? To be quite honest with you, when people say, oh, you are very close to them, being close to people is what we call Wole Wode in Nigeria. No, I can count the number of people I visit or who visit me on my fingers. I can count them. I relate to people because of what Otumba Bibashiru called Omoluabi and all that. If you are an Omoluabi, leaders don't fight. I can disagree with you. It doesn't make you my enemy. I disagree vehemently with Buhari. He knows, everybody knows, but it's not my enemy. I am the only Nigerian I know who is not in government who receives direct mail from the president's office almost on daily basis, from his two photographers, Bayo Mobuyowo and Sunday Agaeze, directly. I'm the only one from the office of the vice president. I can disagree with them. It doesn't make them my enemy. I'll continue to report news about them. It's for my readers to pick what they want to pick out of it, whether they love it or they don't love them. That has nothing to do with me. I don't practice censorship. So on the scale of 1 to 10, I am not sure that anybody can influence Nigerian leaders. And it's because of the protocol. The protocol in Nigeria is something that I also understand very well. Look, a lot of people used to complain, for example, that Fashola, he couldn't do anything about electricity. He couldn't do anything about road. He couldn't. And I tell them, I'm a very practical person. In fact, on one occasion, I had to go to his office in Abuja. But I was very, very frustrated. He's a man I like so much. So I went to his office and said, what exactly is the problem? You were performing wonders in Lagos. What happened in Abuja? Then I realized that he doesn't have executive power. In Lagos, he could take a decision instanta on his own. In Abuja, he has to follow a process. You have to go to FEC meeting. You have to go to NEC. You have to, oh my God, your neck would almost break in the process. And then you have one very powerful civil servant somewhere who has direct access to your boss, who has access to this, who has access to that. And at the end of the day, you will carry all the blame. That is one of the reasons I wanted to be president. People say, oh, why don't you go and start as a senator or House of Reps? I said, no, I know what I want to do. And I know my capacity and capability. So let me go and operate at the level that I know I'll be able to make serious impact. So the executive power is what I was looking for. In terms of influencing them, there's not, I don't think it will be more than 2 to 3%, or 2 or 3 out of 10, since you said 1 to 10. But a few times we speak to them and you will see that they actually respond. Again, maybe not everybody will have access. That's how someone mentioned the issue of access. Maybe not everybody. When I was going to become the RA in the war just 2 Saturdays ago, I heard the roads were bad, you know, and the cabinet here and I, we had agreed that, okay, whatever resources I can provide, we will at least try and make the place more tolerable. Then it just occurred to me that, why don't I call the Minister of Works, Mr. Detribalized Fashola, and see? You never can tell. A lot of times, we don't practice what we read in the Bible. Ask, and you shall get. Knock, the door will be open. So I called him. I said, Your Excellency, please, I'm being made aware of Iwu. On if we want with the Kamale Gbadi, they can't give me such a big title, and I'm not able to show them, you know, my capacity. And he said, well, I'm not sure there's a budget for that area, but let me speak to Engineer Apindadi in FEMA and see what can be done. And you won't believe it. By the time we got on that road 2 Saturdays ago, I couldn't recognize the place. They have done a lot of work. So a lot of times, it's called lobbying in America. People say, oh, you must do beg government. No, everywhere in the world, that's what they call lobbying. You use your influence positively to affect your people. That's why you are regarded. My mom used to tell me, anytime people come to me to beg for money and I feel frustrated, I'm not able to give them, my mom will say, if you don't have money to give to people, you must have kind words. Because God deliberately puts one successful person in a family to be able to help others. It's the same thing in governance. So people must use their influence positively. But what I realized is that most people go to government to beg for personal favors. So if I had gone to Fashola to beg him for personal favors earlier on, will I be able to call him to come and fix a road for me? So that's what happened. So a lot of our politicians can do more, and they can do so much, but more often than not, it's always about personal interest. And when that happens, you can't go back and now ask for general interest. Yes, again, in terms of influence, I would love to speak about this. Because a few days ago, I was in Benin City on Friday evening, and they were burying our friend on Saturday, you know, Captain Idahosa Okumbo, a very, very successful businessman. And a lot of people came from all over Nigeria. And when I got to the hotel where I stayed, I met Senator Dagash, and there was another friend with him, you know, and the first thing they told me, hey, Dele, you are not the one dictating what should happen in our party, PDP. And I said, how? And they said in your articles, you'll be insisting that power must shift to the south. And now they decided that the chairman of PDP will come from the north. Hey, you this man, you are creating fire in our party. Is it? No, it was said jocularly. But I could take something serious out of it. At least they are reading. And so we can influence a lot of things. That look, why do you want, with all the agitation in Nigeria for a breakup, how can anybody say he doesn't care that power must still stay in the same region where everything has scattered already? So these are some of the other man was Honorable Wadada. His name just came back, Honorable Wadada, fantastic man. So a lot of them read, we interact, and you will know that it is not, the hope is not totally lost if we have people who can interact at that level and influence some people. Prof. Adeleke, I thank you most sincerely for your advice on, and I would pick up the challenge from Professor Falola about the article, and I will find time, maybe sometime early in the new year, to do that, the orality to reality. Thank you, sir. Thank you. You were asking me, is this democracy? Of course, this is not democracy. Fela would have called it democracy. You know, that people, the people, demons, or who are crazy and all that. But I've already explained what we can do, at least to have a reasonable semblance of democracy in Nigeria. You said our leaders don't respond. You can't reach them by phone. You can't reach them by... Well, I consider myself a leader, even if not as a governor or as anything. But I mean, you follow me, you know, in fact, a lot of times, even my family, everybody will ask, why do you keep responding to people? I said, because you must teach the young ones. You can't give up on them. You can't assume that they know who you are. You can't assume that they know your antecedents. So it's your job to teach them. Even the Bible says it. You must teach your children. That's why you will have peace. So personally, we need leaders. Chief Abiola was like that. We will tell Chief Abiola, oh, this editor, tomorrow is his birthday. In the night, he will call the man, Lord, I'm calling you from Japan. How are you? Sorry. I know you must be sleeping, but I just remember. Do you know how the person will feel important beside his wife at night? Well, who called you just now? Who called you just now? You say, Abiola. I say, well, you know, these things endure. So leadership is not so difficult. In fact, one of the gentlemen who spoke from New York, Henry Ukazu, I met him on social media. And one day I went to New York and I called him. I said, I'm in New York. He said, what? Where are you? I said, I'm at the Waldorf. He came over. And that's how we became friends since then. Today, I'm a member of his family. He's a member of my family. That's leadership. You must be able to interact with people. It doesn't matter whether you are older than them or younger. You must be able, and I'm very good at that, you know, by the grace of Almighty God, and I intend to keep that no matter what happens. Anybody who sees me on Twitter, they know I will respond. Unless I don't see it. Once I see it, I'll respond. So leadership is responsiveness. But unfortunately, we tend to elect our emperors as our leaders. So I've mentioned Henry, I think one or two more. Otumbabi Boashiru, thank you so much. You spoke about fundraising. Nobody will raise funds for a useless candidate. So it is true. Until we find candidates that are generally acceptable to all, that is not going to happen. Then I remember someone mentioned that that they said you need 5 billion, and I was shaking my head. I think it was Okudapo Rotifa who said that. That someone said if you don't, and Morgan, you said if it doesn't have 5 billion or whatever, it's not true. How much did Jonathan have when he contested? How much did Obasanjo have when he contested? How much did Yaradua have? It is not true. Once you are able to scale the order, I use the word appeal to the owners of Nigeria. I didn't say you must succumb to everything they want. If nobody respects you, if you behave like the houseboy, people respect you when they know that you have a fair sense of judgment and a fair sense of crime and punishment. Leaders respect that. I mean, once upon a time, I was in detention under Babangida, But I didn't take him as my personal enemy on account of that. When I wrote about his 80th birthday recently, I wrote everything about him, good and bad. He was very happy that I was very objective. You know, so that is it. People respect you when you are not writing from the position of venom. The problem with a lot of us is that we're too venomous. Everything is bitterness, killing, kill and go, kill and go. I don't practice that. I will make my point reasonably and move on. I don't work in the FCC. All I can do is put my position in the public domain. And if people accept it, fine. If they don't, others can then take over from there. Uncle Bola Babaride, let me start from the cap on the right or the left. I've not read it anywhere that married men wear their caps differently. I don't think there is any such constitutional law in Yoruba land or anywhere in Nigeria. But I think personally, I'm a rightist when it comes to things like this. I use my right very well. And then for me, this looks more okay than if I do it here. It looks maybe because I don't use my left a lot. So you can see I'm able to pull this easily. I think that's personal to me. Then you said joining the big parties will not work. Sir, before you can win a presidential election, you are going to need maybe about 20 million or so voters. So where are you going to find 20 million angels to vote for you? Where and how do you determine who these angels are? The truth of the matter is that what makes a party is not the name of the party, but the people in the party. That's why I said if you have the capacity to mobilize your supporters to join your party, then it means you can neutralize the bad ones in that party. It's not the name of PDP. People look at it and say, once it is PDP, it must be bad. How come people can wake up this morning in APC and go to bed in PDP? It's because there is no ideological difference. And this ideological difference is determined by human beings. About 2 weeks ago, I wrote an article, and my mom that I love so much, Mr. Femi Falana, SAN, called me as soon as he read the article, Saturday morning. Dele, you are preaching for a PDP. I said, no, sir. I said, I'm being realistic. He said, no, you, all the good people we can form. I said, Oga, you tried to be governor in Ekiti State. What was the outcome? He kept quiet. Then I started giving him examples. He said, but PDP, which option? I said, sir, so give me another option. So that's the thing. It's very easy to say we don't like them. We don't. Yes, I disagree with them. Why have I not joined APC or PDP all this year? It's because of the same thing. But look, but when you break it down, if the sword that killed your father is still pointing at you, you're asking questions. The reality today is that there are only two big players at the presidential level. Like I said, I don't know about senatorial, but presidential today. And I told Mr. Donald Duke, and I wish they had listened to. I said, don't leave PDP, because where you are going, you will be a fish out of water. And that's what happened. Evangelist Timi Orekoya telling me, I cannot thank you enough. Actually, he ordained me an evangelist on the mountain. I went to pray one day. I believe in the efficacy of prayers. I was born in an Aladra church in Ile-Ife, and my mom and my dad were very, very chronic Aladra warriors. They were prayer warriors, and I believe their prayers and the prophecies of those days are being reflected upon my life today. So I want to thank him. His love for me is out of this world. Even just yesterday, he sent me some music he made for my Areta. I was so shocked. If I ended this morning, I was playing it and dancing. He's such a big talent, one of our icons, and may God continue to bless him. I also want to tell him, he asked a question about the structure of Nigeria, that would it be possible for me to do all the things or to even achieve being voted for if I decide to go back into politics. I believe it is possible. Impossibility, as I said, is not in my lexicon. I remember in 2010, late 2010, I was living in New York one day, and my phone rang. There was no number on it. Then when I picked it, it turned out to be Prophet T.B. Joshua. God bless his soul. He called me Alagba. He said, Alagba, where are you? I said, I'm in New York. I was on a flight going to London. He said, please, when you get back to Nigeria, I should come and see him. And so I went to see him. He came in with 2 bags. And then he said, Alagba, I've been seeing what you are doing. You want to be president of Nigeria. You're not going to win, no. You're not going to win, no. But please, I don't want you to give up because it's for the future. I said, why am I wasting? He said, no, you're not wasting your time. He said, in fact, what I'm carrying here is money, and I'm going to give it to you to support you for just to encourage you that what you are fighting for is not today, it's in the future. He has departed today twice. He called me like that. He said, don't give up in the future. So I don't know if that future will eventually come or not, but those are some of the things that embolden me. He told me, don't worry, don't be afraid of anything. Just do whatever God has sent you to do. And I mean, I have the opportunity to say this publicly, and I'm very, very grateful to him because the politics in Nigeria is such that if you really want to do it, you are going to get discouraged somewhere along the line. And that has been my confusion. And I just pray that God will guide all of us. Mr. Ikemode, Michael, thank you so much. You spoke about my encouragement towards the youth to be entrepreneurial. Yeah, it is true. But you said, what of those who are not business inclined? You see, business is not always about buying and selling. What we're doing here now is a business. Teaching is a business. It is how you do your business that must be different. So when I say you must be an entrepreneur, I remember in those days, a lot of Ghanaians came to Nigeria and they were teachers. Some were shoemakers, some were, So today, there are many things that Nigerians need and are not yet being provided. It's for you to be original and think about some of those things, and you will find your own market. That is the truth. When we started Ovation, the most expensive magazine in Nigeria there maybe was Dele. It was maybe about 15 or 20 naira. We started Ovation at 150. What did we do? We said we are not going to cater for everybody because we are not a newspaper. We are only going to cater for those who can afford it. From there, we moved to 250, 300, 500, even at a stage to 2,500. In Abuja, vendors were telling me, if you do, we sell your magazine for 5,000 and people are not complaining. If you give people what they need, they will pay for it. That is the secret of business. You must find your niche market. So I will continue to tell the young people, look, you can be frying plantain chips, but package yours in a way that is different from what others are packaging, and you will see what will happen. So that is that. You spoke about moral decadence and the place of religion. I think moral decadence is not something that people just pick up on the street. Some people, if you speak to a lot of people, and we at our level, we interact with boys, with girls, you meet people who are on drugs, you meet people who are, you realize that lack of parental attention could be a factor. Lack of job could be a factor. Lack of inspiration could be a factor. So, and at the end of the day, it all goes back to leadership, not just political leadership, but even parental leadership. So we all have to pay more attention, try to listen and understand, because the language of today, the register is different from that of our own generation. So, and that's one of the reasons why what I'm doing on social media, I try to listen, I try to read, and I try to interact so I can be a better informed person. Uncle Tola Oshunuga, he read PhD up to Yoruba. You are the Don, what we call the Capi, the boss of all bosses. Me, I have just a BA in Yoruba and I'm doing Shakara, PhD. That is not easy. Thank you so much for your generous words of appreciation for how I've inspired other young ones to read Yoruba. But I must tell you, it wasn't easy. My mom, who did not go to school, even had to ask me one day, my mom could not imagine why a grown-up man would go to the university to study Yoruba. But today, I'm the best for it. I'm having fun because I think first in Yoruba before I translate or transliterate into English. I mean, and when I write, people find it very breezy, very flowery. You know, the Yoruba people are very flamboyant. So also is our language. Yoruba language is flamboyant, you know, and that's why I mean, when you hear some things in Yoruba, you cannot even translate into English, you know. Well, I was greeting my cousin just now, you know. Orifowómọ̀ ọmọ rọra oko má bà orí ọlágún orí tí ń jeku orí tí ń jẹja orí tí ń jà kókó gọgọrọ tí ṣọkọ àgbébọ ọmọ búnibúni abẹ ebú wọ̀ntìwọ̀ntì ọmọ atẹrẹpù ń lò ọmọ ṣáṣá olúbe ọmọ òkúta mẹ́ta ọ̀nà ọ̀la ọ̀kan ló gún mi lẹ́sẹ̀ dábọ̀ ọ̀kan ló ní mọ́ rọra ọ̀kan ló nígbà àwọn ọmọ náà ńlá ó ní kí mọ́ọ́là wá ṣe kí mọ́ọ́là wá ṣe mo ní mọ́ọ́là wá lówó mo ní mọ́ọ́là wá bímọ mo ní mọ́ọ́là wá fẹ́rúgbódógbó síwájú ọmọ ṣáṣá olúbe èmi torí ẹyin mo bá wọn rò jẹ ilé o ajá lè ní rí jẹ èmi ò mọ̀ rẹ́yìn jẹ. So I just freak out. So when I'm writing, you see all my proverbs, the idioms, you know, and all that in it are reflected. And so it reads different. It's just like reading a Wole Soyinka, Death and the King's Husband, if you know about Omoloko. I mean, there is no way you are not going to fantasize about that play after watching or listening to it, you know, and that is the influence from his Yoruba background. So I want to thank you for that. Hey, bro, Scholar Omotunde Young, it's so good to see you after so many years. You know, I love my heart to you, sir. You spoke about how to communicate with the regular voters. Again, without sounding immodest, I think I understand the language of the ordinary voters. And I can tell you that I have traveled in the last 3-4 decades across Nigeria. And what Ovation has done for me in 25 years, you cannot imagine. You would think the ordinary man does not know, will not know about the publisher of Ovation. When we were leaving Benin 2 days ago, I was with the publisher of this day newspaper, President Duka. People were shouting about Ovation. And he said, what kind of trouble is this? At the airport, people behind the barbed wire who were just looking at the planes were thinking of the regular people. They don't about everywhere we go. We went to see the Oba of Benin before we went to the airport. In the palace, everybody, the women, the foreign Ovation at one time or the other. You see, that is why whosoever wants to be a political leader, you start from being popular. You must have name recognition, you must have face recognition, and God has done that for me. Then again, I'll be able to build a double brand, just like Richard Branson or Bill Gates. Double branding is where when you mention Virgin, your mind goes to Richard Branson. When you mention Richard Branson, your mind goes to Virgin. When you mention Bill Gates, you go to Microsoft, Microsoft to Bill Gates. So it's like that. And it's not easy to build double brands, but we thank God for giving us that opportunity. And I think finally, this is where I will end it. It's almost 5 hours. Oh my God. So I want to thank you for your patience, the endurance to listen to this Ife boy whose father came originally from Yeve in Owan East local government. So I'm actually one leg in South and one leg in Southwest. My mom is from Bogon, Omolufi from Bogon, while my father was from Yeve. My father died when I was very young, so I didn't have time to grow up. But I went to my village to go and see my people. My mom was crying, oh, because in those days, the myth was that when they were fetish in the area. And I said, hey, if they kill me, they brought me to the world. So I went there and I'm very proud of them. I love them. And I want to thank everybody for listening to me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. As we are talking, Tunde Kilani sent me a WhatsApp message that every minute of this interview is worth it.
Wow. Tunde, thank you, sir. I promise you, when I get back to Nigeria, our meeting we hold very soon, sir.
He has not given us the number on his platform. Adedayo has not given us the number on his platform, but we reached 5.6 million.
Wow.
On various platforms. We do not know your number. We will by tomorrow know once we had it up.
Wow.
So it's been very well attended. It's my pleasure to call on Professor Tunde Babawale, Professor of Political Science, who is now heading the Anti-Corruption Agency in Abuja. He was for many years director of the Nigerian culture, and he served as the Dean of Students, University of Lagos, and he was also on the Electoral Commission, Lagos State, to come and give the vote of thanks.
Wow. I still saw him in Ibadan, just I think 2 Saturdays ago.
That's correct. That's correct, Chief Momodu. Congratulations on the Chieftaincy.
Initial man.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Falola.
Hold on, let them show your face before you begin to talk. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Falola. It's been a very scintillating, informative, and exciting interaction with our iconic brother, the great journalist and astute business mogul, and an outstanding intellectual, our own Chief Dele Momodu, the Aretayeshi of Iwola. I have the privilege and honor of being requested to thank him for his presence, and more importantly, for his very memorable and stimulating responses to questions today. My appreciation to the panel of interviewers. Of course, you can't have it any better than the galaxy of scholars that were lined up to interview this great Nigerian this evening. Mrs. Adeboye, with her very pungent questions. I want to thank Professor Laupa with his very deep and incisive interrogation of the interviewee. And of course, the incomparable and redoubtable journalist, the great Dr. Ruben Abat himself, with his very incisive questioning of what Chief Dele Momodu described as entertainment journalism. I thank all of our grandfathers in the academia, namely Professor Zayo Banjo and Professor Femi Uba in particular, and many others who took part in this very, very enlightening session. I also want to thank all other persons who made it a point of duty, as always, to be a part of today's very great session. You will agree with me. I must not fail to mention the team that worked to make this possible with his intellectual majesty, Professor Tony Falola himself. We thank them. All that is left for me at this point is to say thank you all as we look forward to another very incredibly fascinating session next Sunday. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Wow.